Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Day 4 of the 2023 Association Croquet World Championships. Great to have your company as ever. We have our playoff day today, and we will let's spend no further ado, but then hand over straight to our commentators who are waiting for us in the commentary booth. A very good morning and a welcome to Keith and Gareth.
Yeah, so two and three got through okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 and 3 got through okay.
Mark that Loon only lost to Ewan. Right, good morning everyone. Welcome to the Hurlingham Club once again. This is Keith Ayton here, and I've got Gareth Denyer next to me.
Good morning everybody. Fantastic day for croquet today. The weather does not look threatening rain-wise, and yet there's a nice dusting of cloud to keep the worst glare of the sun away. So it should be fantastic for the players and fantastic for the quality of the coverage as well.
Now, today is playoff day, and we're looking at lawn 4, the show court at Hurlingham, and we're going to be covering this morning the playoff from Group H, which will be a single game between Logan McCorkindale from New Zealand, who was the number 1 seed in the block, and he's going to be playing Dave Kibble from England, who's actually the number 8 seed in the block.
Number 8 seed in the block, that's right. And
So who qualified from the block, Gareth?
Well, the people that qualified were Jose Riva and Mark Van Loon. They were the 2nd and 3rd seeds. And the surprise was Ewan Burridge, who was the 9th seed in the block.
And Ewan qualified for the event. He had to get through the qualifier to even get to the block stage.
That's right. So Mark, Jose and Ewan were the 3 qualifiers, and then, as you said, that they left Logan and Dave to battle it out for the final qualifying position from that block. Actually, now's a good time maybe if we just wrap up the qualifiers. We've got block E to H on there, which is fine. So block E, Matt Essick, Robert Wilkinson and Andrew Johnson have qualified, but there will be a playoff between Ed Duckworth and Kevin Beard. Now, if you were with us yesterday, you'll have seen Kevin Beard beat Robin Brown, and
that was an epic.
That was an epic.
It
was an epic in which I have to blush because
two of my co-commentators thought Kevin had won the game, but in fact he'd missed a peg out.
Yeah, and it really let Robin come back in, and he was playing some fantastic 3-ball break work, and Kevin took an 11-yarder at the peg and managed to peg it out. So that's why he's in the playoff today. And then in block F, Stephen Mulliner, Aston Wade, Harry Fisher and Gabrielle Higgins have all qualified, so no need for any playoffs there. And in block G we have an intriguing situation because we've got David Morm, James Death and Thomas Balding, but another playoff, and this time Dominic Nuns against Stuart Lawrence.
So there might be 2 American qualifiers from that block.
That's right, and there's a chance of even more American qualifiers if we flick over to the block A to D graphic. And what we'll see there is that
right. So block A we've got the 4 qualifiers: Robert Fletcher, and the world number 1. Ben Rothman from the United States, Mark Ormrod and Alain Giraud from England.
And Alain really faltered at the end, didn't he? He was looking cruisy before.
I have to say I'd actually left the building by the time before his last game finished, which he won by +3.
+3 against Lorna Dewar, and that would have, I bet there's a story to tell there.
So block B we have the 4 qualifiers: Debbie Lyons, Robert Fulford, Stephen Morgan, another American player, and Marcus Evans. Now block C is going to be the really interesting one, isn't it? We've got 2 qualifiers, Reg Bamford and Dwayne McCormick, but there are 2 places that are being played off for, and they're going to be between Pete Trimmer, Kyle Maloof and Blake Fields. Again, two more American
Two
players.
more Americans.
And, right, so I'll just quickly explain while we're waiting for the players to finish warming up on lawn 4. When there's 3 players for 2 spaces, there's 2 players are going to play a game, and the third player gets a sort of bye. And the player who gets the bye is the player who's, if there is such a player, and there is this time, within their little mini block of 3 players, who did best? Well, the person who did best was Pete Trimmer. He beat Kyle and Blake. So he's waiting while Kyle and Blake play their game. The winner of that game qualifies. And then the loser plays Pete. And if Pete wins that game, he qualifies. But if he loses that game, they play another game. And then the winner of that game qualifies.
So effectively in Pete's match, he starts with a 1-0 advantage, doesn't he?
Well, he's got to be beaten twice, put it that way. He's got to be beaten twice to be...
And he only has to win once.
Yes.
Yeah. So but there is the possibility of another 2 Americans going through there, which is incredible.
And then just to dot the I's and cross the T's, we've got Block D, where there are 4 known qualifiers. Zach Watson from the States, Mark Avery from England, Sam Murray from Scotland, and Gavin Carter. Now, the other game that we were broadcasting, the main game from yesterday evening, was Sam against Gavin. And Gavin unfortunately missed a roquet into bolt that gave Sam the opportunity to do a triple peel, and he completed that turn, and that's now qualified him.
And had Sam not won that game, there would have been a huge tranche of playoffs, because several people would have been on the same number of wins.
Yeah,
but
well,
as it
Sam
was,
and Gavin got to 4, didn't they? So sorry, 5.
5, yeah.
They got to 5.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Won the toss once.
We're just joined briefly by Mr. Kibble.
And the game is about to start on lawn 4.
And given what he's just said, I'm inferring that he lost the toss.
He lost the toss, so we would imagine that Logan would be going in.
Now Logan, we haven't seen Logan before this week in our broadcast games. Logan McCorkindale from New Zealand is the current New Zealand Open champion.
Absolutely.
And you've looked up some stats.
Well,
Logan,
he's number 18 in the world.
Okay.
Versus Dave's 89 in the world.
Right.
So there is a little bit of a mismatch there. Although Dave did prevail over Logan in the block stages, winning 26-15. So
there's recent form.
There's recent form
in favour of Dave.
Logan's first records are from 2018, so he's very much a recently evolving, bursting onto the scene player.
Now, I watched Logan play on the live streaming of the latter stages of the New Zealand Open, and he looked a very competent performer to me.
Well, he's starting off here. We're going to the eastern boundary in the normal spot.
Yeah, it's a standard opening, right? Again, I'm going to say it, that there have been fewer super shot openings from the top players so far than I would have expected.
And the response is almost invariably.
The corner 2. Well, we don't know if Dave's doing that yet, because you can come here and put out a duff of ties, can't you?
That'd be fun.
That would be different.
Yeah, we'd like to see that.
But he's not.
He's not doing
that. No. Now we're hoping that our Southern Hemisphere audience, particularly the Eastern contingent of the Southern Hemisphere audience, are appreciating that we've got Logan on here, so they can follow their player.
That's right. Well, we do have a couple already.
Before they all head to bed.
On the chat, we've got a couple of people from the Eastern Isles of Australia, otherwise known as New Zealand.
We're going to get some comments. Going to get some comments for that.
So they're up for their evening viewing.
So Logan's shooting at his partner ball and
Just misses.
and again, being caught out by the fringe.
The fringe,
that's
yeah.
in front of the stop net.
Well, we better watch out.
Yeah,
Keith,
if he's going to hit the
because
ball that hard
he's gonna
in our
if
direction,
he's
then-
coming through hoop 2, then we might need to hide behind the marquee.
Well,
because
yeah, we've been visited by Matthew Essex, haven't we?
we've had
Among
Robert
others.
Fletcher, Matthew Essex. We've
Yeah.
had all the top names.
All
in
the
the
top
marquee.
players send balls into the commentary
Yeah.
position. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little fringe of grass just about 2 foot off the boundary lines.
And crucially, about one foot
Yeah.
short of the stop netting.
it's essentially a launching pad,
Yeah,
and
it is.
and the balls fly up from it, and Logan has already given us a taste.
right. So we're
Oh.
getting on with it. So Dave. Okay, so Dave shot from A bolt. We've seen lots of people make a double target from B bulk and shoot at blue and black, which arguably gives a bigger target, significantly bigger target.
And does it convey a little bit less risk as well if you're shooting down the line at that?
Not
so much?
particularly,
No.
because you're going on there. Blue and black's got a rush. Blue and black commands the east boundary.
Yeah.
So you could put red or in corner 4 or corner 3, and one of the blue and black will have a rush to it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make a huge difference. Well, the difference it makes is if red hits shooting at the double target from the B bulk, you quite often see black, for example, if black's hit on the left hand side, looking at it from the striker's point of view, it can ping down to the south boundary.
Yeah.
And that
yeah.
actually makes it harder to get a break going, or at least get a rush and start digging balls out.
So, Keith, what's the ball movement now for Logan, given that there's a ball in corner 2 that he has to extract?
Well, okay, he could. He's playing blue. Blue may have been in contact with black. He doesn't have to play blue. He could play black. Either way, though, he's going to be getting a rush on partner. Now, he looks as though he's clearly chosen to rush partner to hoop 1.
Yes.
He could have chosen to rush partner to corner 2.
Corner 2, yeah.
And then get a rush on the yellow to hoop 1. But that's harder work, because you've got to do the rush from over on the east boundary to corner 2 well enough to then get the rush to hoop 1.
And I guess you don't really get the yellow out that much from that anyway, do you? And it still gives you this very long rush down.
It would be black, but yeah, you don't get black out very far.
Yeah.
What you do get, it may be a significant difference, is that he's now approaching hoop 1 off partner, and if something goes wrong, what do you do? Well, if he misapproaches, for example, having put black's coming. Well, he looks as though he's doing a fairly chunky sort of stop-shotty drive thing.
He is.
So
the black's coming a long
if
way
black's
up.
come well up the lawn and you don't get position, where do you put blue? Do you join up in the middle of the lawn?
Do you think he'll thud this one through and take it all the way up to the northern boundary?
I don't. I think he will smooth it through, and he'll be happy to get a rush north. He'll be potentially, he might get a rush back to the south of red. I don't think he'll be slamming through this. So he's got, clearly hasn't got a rush north, and he's actually come quite a long
He's split the
through.
difference, hasn't he?
Well, he's not got a rush to red, but he's got a roquet on black, and I'm pretty sure, he's going to try and hit black. Well, I'm confident. I'm pretty confident that he will hit black. Once he's hit black, it'll be interesting to see how hard he goes at this and where black ends up.
And he does hit it right in the middle.
That was very smooth.
Yeah, very smooth.
Yeah. One thing I've just noticed is he seems to have very tight trousers.
He
on.
does, doesn't he? Yes, they
Almost like compression.
Yeah.
pants
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah. Yes, they're really creasing, aren't they? In the anyway, clearly.
Personally,
that-
I prefer looseness in the clothing.
Yeah,
But anyway,
although occasionally when you wear loose clothes, the mallet occasionally brushes against them. If you've got sort of trousers that are billowing, then sometimes you make a bit of an error. So maybe the
now on the chat, I'm seeing it's very much a Logan audience at the moment.
Yes.
Although we have got a come on Dave.
Yeah. Well, we've got
Right, so he's not going to red, which is fine. He's coming straight to yellow. So the choice he had there was do a split shot going to red, sending black to hoop 3. Not necessarily hoping to get a rush on red, but hit red and then do a takeoff to yellow. It's a longer shot from red to yellow than it was from where he was, but to get here he's had to play a split roll, but he's played it very well.
very well.
Very well. And you can see Logan uses a Solomon grip. So that's the grip where the fingers are at the front.
And absolutely
Of
no
the
mistake
shaft.
with that one. So that was a Roquet of about 4 yards, and he just clonked it like it was a 35-yarder.
Now I think we're going to see him going all in here on a rolling out of the corner.
Yeah.
It's not the only play. I've played doubles with somebody in the Merck Robertson Shield that would quite happily take off to hoop 2, run the hoop and hit yellow again.
Yeah.
And probably be more confident doing that than doing the roll. Anyway, he is doing the roll. So the idea here is he rolls yellow more or less straight along the north yard line, trying to get blue in front of the hoop, and then comes through the hoop firmly to the boundary.
So we've
Has he
had,
judged it all right? Well, yellow's gone quite a long way.
Ooh, this is going to be a testy hoop.
Yeah, he's split it a bit wide, but actually, if he hadn't split it as wide as that, he wouldn't actually have a runnable hoop
No,
at all.
it would have come far too short.
Anyway,
So this is a very, very big moment in the
now
game
we've
early
seen, haven't we? We've seen people who slap at these hoops.
on. We could be in danger here.
Well, we could be, but people who slap at them tend not to run them, whereas people who firmly but smoothly hit the middle of the hoop will actually get through. Let's see what he's doing. Well, he's absolutely slapped at that, and he's just hit the near wire full on.
Okay, so while the players are interchanging, I'll mention a couple of comments. One is, could we have some updates on the other games, the other playoff games? From our commentary position, we can't see any of the other lawns.
We will do our best.
What we'll do is I'll
we'll
pop
do our
out
best.
every 10 minutes or so, and I'll get some intel from those. And Eugene might even do that as well. So
Get some radios and radio you in.
brilliant. We've got all the tech here. And just to clarify, this is one of the playoff games. So all the blocks are finished. We're just down to deciding the last 4 or 5 people that are going to go through.
Right, so here comes Dave. Dave's chosen to take yellow at blue, which is his shortest shot, and he would be expecting to hit that, which he has.
And he has.
Now, okay, so Dave will be thinking, I imagine, this is actually, with 2 or 3 good shots, this is his chance to get a break going.
Yeah, so
Blue's
what's the
not
ball
well.
movement?
Blue's
Yeah.
not far from hoop 2.
So that's a pioneer for 2.
It's. I mean, he'll probably. He's not going to try and improve it very sensibly, actually, because his priority is to organise a rush to hoop 1.
So is
And as we've said many times, once you've made one Roquet, you look at the other 2 balls and go, well, which of those 2 am I going to try and rush?
well, this
In
looks
this
good.
case, to hoop 1.
It looks like he's secured a brilliant
Yeah,
rush
well,
on red.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So he's decided red's the ball I'm going to rush to hoop 1. So I need a rush on black.
Absolutely superb shot.
And he will be trying to rush this right to red. See if he can manage it.
That was really, really impressive.
And that's pretty good. It's just going to be in lawn a bit, so he's going to have to take off behind red. And he might actually potentially have black in the way of a rush, but maybe not. So he's gone to have a look at where he can take off to. You've got to be a bit careful here because, as we know, the one thing you mustn't do is send yellow off the lawn.
No.
Because it's a croquet stroke, that would end his turn.
Red isn't actually on the boundary though.
No,
is it?
no, Logan did move it in a bit.
Yeah.
So he's got more room than he might have. And he's used quite a bit of it.
He has.
No danger of going off though.
He's got the rush. Well.
So at this stage you're thinking, right, come on, do a good rush.
Do a good rush.
Make the hoop shot, the hoop approach relatively straightforward. Now red just bobbled a bit, but
yeah, it looks good.
That's absolutely fine.
It's about 3 yards away, 45 degrees, so he should be able, and also he'll be able to generate a little bit of space, won't he, with the reception ball for this? So,
again, he's looking. I mean, if you had rushed this closer, you would definitely be thinking, I'm going to approach the hoop, I'm going to put red northeast, I'm going to run the hoop and rush red back towards black. Now he won't be able to do that because red has gone to the west of the line, joining 1 and 2. Not a huge problem because he doesn't particularly have to go to black. He's got blue. It's a loose pioneer, and what's he done there? Oh, he's run the hoop. Okay. We couldn't tell. We're looking straight down the line at that hoop, so he could easily have stuck in it. He's had plenty of both wires, but he has run it. Now, he's actually, because he looks as though he's barely run it, in which case it's actually potentially fairly straightforward to hit red. If he'd gone through another few inches, he might be completely hampered.
Yeah.
Now he's called on a referee to watch this shot, and you do that not because there's a huge risk, and he's missed it. Okay. But the thinking is it's nice to have an independent third party adjudicating on the fairness of that shot, because there are in croquet things called faults, and if you commit a fault in striking the ball, then that would be the end of your turn. And the principal fault he might have committed there was to hit off something off part of the mallet that wasn't the end face. So the edge of the face, for example, that would be a fault. It would only be a fault because he's playing a hampered shot. You can miss-hit in the middle of the lawn when there's no obstructions to your heart's content. But when you've got a hampered shot, you must use the end face. So, unfortunately for Dave, he's missed red and he's come all the way down to blue. And in coming all the way down to blue, we can see from our position that his ball he missed red on his left-hand side, but it's curled round and given Logan a short roquet. I'm sure Logan would have hit it anyway, even if it had been another 2 yards longer. But what's Logan going to do now? So he's now thinking, can I get a ball to hoop 3 before making hoop 2, because that would give me the beginnings of the break, and which ball am I going to use to make hoop 2? And he has chosen black, I'm going to say. So he wasn't able to get yellow to hoop 3, but he's put it nearer hoop 3 than it was on the west boundary. So his plan is rush red to black, And I'm expecting him to rush red pretty close to black. Some of you might be thinking, well, he can rush red off the south boundary and he's got the space to send red to hoop 3, getting a rush on black, but his priority is absolutely to get a rush on black. There's no point having a brilliant pioneer at hoop 3 if you aren't able to make hoop 2. So he'll be, I suspect, yeah, he'll be taking off from red. Again, he's just doing this because his priority is 100% to get this rush. He could be croqueting red into the lawn, which might be useful later, but if it puts at risk getting this rush, he won't want to do that. Right, so he seems to have managed very well to get a rush. He's got a pretty clear sight of hoop 2. I mean, if he mishit this, if he overcut it slightly, then yellow is in play. But I don't think he'll do that. I think he'll take this down a good line. Yeah, he's taken it just a slight cut on the left-hand side, but otherwise pretty straight. And this is lovely. Yeah, this is lovely. Once again, we must compliment the ground staff at Hurlingham for producing excellent surfaces for croquet. Although they look lush and green, I can promise you that they're really a very good pace. If you've got the resources to produce a lawn as good as this, and it's very similar to a golf putting green, then to get a fast surface they don't need to go brown, don't need to starve them of water. Now he's just overplayed that slightly, so he's got an angle to. Last time, if you remember, he did have a bit of a thrash. This time he's hit the middle of the hoop and he's done nicely there, so in some ways he's slightly unlucky maybe, because he's come out of the hoop east of where black is, and black is east of the line joining 1 and 2, so he would probably, if he'd actually come out to the west of where he is, to the west of black, the same distance that he is east, he would have had a much better rush, more useful rush towards red and yellow. But it is what it is, and now he's got an interesting decision to make, because he could, for example, you'd want, after making hoop 2, to send a ball to hoop 4. But at the moment it's not entirely obvious, and certainly he doesn't know that he's definitely making hoop 3. So okay. You've got to be pretty confident here that, yeah, I'm definitely making hoop 3, and I suspect he's going straight to yellow. He won't be using red. Now, has he judged this properly?
Looks good.
Yeah, it does look good. Both balls pretty good. Well, black's perfect.
Exquisite, isn't it?
That doesn't actually matter too much.
But I think he's got a rush on the hoop 3, on the yellow.
Yeah, it's pointing south of the hoop, but he might be able to. Well, is he looking at cutting this to red?
He is. He's going by that little mnemonic you have, which is, can I get a better rush from the going somewhere else?
He was certainly planning just to rush yellow to 3, and I still think that's what he's going to do.
So Keith, I was just out.
Oh no, I was wrong. Right, so he was betwixt and between there. He didn't really have a rush to 3 and he didn't really have a rush to red, and he's decided to cut yellow to red, but he hasn't really cut it to red. He's cut it probably 8 yards north of red. So, what have you got to tell me, Gareth?
Well, we're just setting up a system for getting updates on the other playoff
splendid.
games. So we should be able to get them through onto the computer here. And Eugene Chang is going to be our roving reporter, and we should be able to keep you updated from the other 3 playoffs.
Well, we do try and please our audience.
We do, and if they don't like it, we'll refund double their money back.
Now, somebody provided all the answers to the trivia question, who are the 8 people who have won this event?
Yeah.
I haven't actually yet seen if anybody's provided the answers to who are the 9 people playing in this event who played in the first World Championship here in 1989. Obviously people can just simply look that up, but you know, maybe they fancy the fun and excitement of trying to work it out. Anyway, meanwhile Logan has done a nice takeoff from yellow, and he's got a rush to right. Okay, well he had what appeared to be quite a good rush. Now he'll be kicking himself here because
he would have had a better one before, wouldn't he?
He could easily have rushed yellow there before he tried to rush it to red, and I think he could have done a lot better with the rush he had on yellow.
Yeah, he's got this horrible backwards takeoff.
Well, this is one of those where, you know, he realistically he can't make a leave, or there's little point trying to make a leave, because already yellow and black aren't very far apart. And I'm guessing, I don't really know his play, but I'm guessing he's a fairly positive, forward-thinking, I'm going to be master of my own destiny type of player, rather than somebody who's patient, more patient perhaps, and is prepared to give the opponent the opportunity to miss.
Same sort of shot that he had on hoop 2.
Yeah, I think it's a bit straighter. It's straighter. It's probably, and maybe slightly longer actually. Now, last time he had a right old thrash.
He did. So, here he goes.
That's smoother.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Much smoother.
Beautiful shot.
He wasn't trying to thrash that. The thing about really thrashing the ball is, as opposed to simply hitting it hard, is you tend to the sequencing of your swing goes out of whack. And when that happens, it's quite likely that the mallet doesn't come through into the hitting area pointing in the right direction.
So lawn 1, Maloof is in play with yellow. He's just made hoop 2 and he's on a break. The open, it was a bit scrappy in the beginning, but Maloof has got the early runs on the board.
Okay. So Logan's had to hit his hoop 4 pioneer without attempting to make hoop 4. So, but he's taken the opportunity to rush black in the neighbourhood of hoop 5, and that's sensible.
Yeah.
He just needs to use red and yellow to organise a rush to hoop 4. And he hasn't quite got a rush on red to yellow. No, but second prize, if not first prize, is that he's got a rush on red to hoop 4.
Yeah, yeah. I think he'll try and cut this though.
I'm not sure I'd bother.
No, you're right. It looks like a nice straight hit.
He surprised me last time, to be honest, so we'll see. But yeah, you're right. He did try and cut it.
On lawn 2, Ed Duckworth has made the early running with a sprightly break to 4 back, and Kevin has missed the lift. So Ed Duckworth in control there.
Long way to go.
Long way to go, but certainly first break, and he's back with the balls.
He's won the early skirmishing.
The early skirmishes.
Right, so Logan this time, rather than doing a takeoff, he's actually played a split shot, so he's developed red further off the boundary. think he's got a pretty good rush to hoop 4. So given that he's already had black, red and he's just hit yellow, this is his last chance to approach hoop 4, and he's played a good rush. So he'll just, I imagine that he's going to croquet yellow deep behind the hoop and then run to the boundary.
Yeah, he's really bringing this break together very nicely.
Yeah, he's done a stop shot there, so yeah, yellow's got plenty of depth on it.
And I can confirm on lawn 3, Stuart Lawrence is first off the blocks there. He's already through to hoop 6 on a controlled break.
Yeah, nice hoop from Logan. So he's got choices here. I suspect he's going to rush yellow up the lawn near a red and potentially get in a position where he can actually croquet yellow to hoop 6 as a pioneer and get a rush on red to black. Black's not a great pioneer for hoop 5, so he will want to get a rush on black towards the hoop, and I think he's played that very well. Yeah, because he's now got the room to send yellow to 6 and hold for a rush on red down to black.
He's really getting the balls where he wants them.
Well, once if that works successfully, then you'll be going right. As the player, you're thinking, yes, I've got this break now. So he's had a bit of work to do, but he's managed it so far. Now it's a bit short. It's not bad, but it's a bit short. But he's got the rush on red.
Yeah, he'll still be able to knock that down to the southern boundary, won't he?
Well,
or south of black.
he's not done that. He's actually rushed it pretty much straight to hoop 5. I think I'd probably go and get black.
Yeah.
I think I can rush black closer than red is.
Yeah. And here he may be looking for an early load of 2 back anyway, so...
He may well be,
so
yeah.
All right. Well, we're very pleased that we've managed to get Eugene to go and report on everything that's happening on the other lawns. The last intel was Ed Duckworth with the first break, Stuart Lawrence completing his first break, and David Maloof in play on a break.
Shall we check in on the chat, see if there's any burning questions we need to deal with?
We only have some comments about...
yeah, those are some nice tight pants.
The pants. Do they call them pants in the UK? I thought they were trousers.
Trousers.
Yeah.
I first of all said trousers. But
yeah. In going to Australia, that was one of my first vocabulary faux pas. But anyway, we all know what we mean.
Well, he's having a think. Here. He's got his rush to hoop 5, and he's just having a think. Not sure what about. If he wants to, he can easily make this hoop off black and send black to 2 back, and that's often called sending out an early pioneer. And the reason it's early is that normally when you make hoop 5, the ball you'd make hoop 5 off would go to 1 back in the sort of traditional way a full ball break goes played. But there's a benefit to sending out the pioneer to 2 back after hoop 5 because it's only 8 yards away.
Yeah.
So you really ought to be pretty accurate doing that.
It's the best time to do it.
Now, if you were going to do that, I think he probably is still going to do that, but ideally you'd have wanted to rush black back south of red.
Yeah. Yes, because now it's quite a long loading shot.
Well,
isn't it?
yeah, it's become longer.
And it's a half roll too.
Well, yeah, maybe, yeah, probably. Certainly more than a stop shot or a drive. And sure enough, he's put his now he plays his croquet strokes here standard grip, which is quite sensible, and he's
not quite
not
behind the
enough
red.
roll.
And too far on the
'Cause,
black.
yeah, black's gone too far and blue not far enough, so we can say that he's got the ratio wrong on that shot.
Yeah.
Not enough roll.
Yeah.
Can someone send the referee down, please?
Oh, I had an announcement.
Never.
You weren't supposed to hear that, but never mind.
Yeah, there obviously is a need for a referee on one of the other lawns.
Right, so in the meantime, Logan's taking the best he can do with his rush on red, and he's got the room here to send red to one back as a pioneer, and he's going to be going to the east of yellow to rush it to 6. It's not a simple shot though. How's he played that?
Ooh, the blue's gone
Yeah, not too bad.
quite a long well. It's going to
I've
give him a 4-yarder,
noticed-
3-4-yarder, isn't it?
Yeah. I've noticed Logan he's got a similar croquet stroke technique to what we noticed with Sam Murray yesterday evening, in that he actually does slightly flatten out the swing even when he's playing a roll stroke.
Yeah, which, as you mentioned at the time, sort of negates the idea of
Well,
having the angle.
it's one of those, it's a variable that you need to get it right. And the fewer variables you have to get right, I think the
Yeah.
more consistent people will be playing their croquet strokes.
So a fairly long but right in front approach. Which he
Yeah, so
plays
again,
very
you
nicely.
put yellow deep,
Yellow's
because
deep.
at the point you played the croquet stroke, you don't know how easy the hoop shot is going to be.
No.
Well, you don't even know if you're going to have a hoop shot, but assuming you are, you don't know how easy it's going to be, so you give yourself the option of hitting this harder and going to the boundary.
Okay, well now this break is now under regulation control. I'll just report what Eugene is reporting to us, that the reason why our microphone sprung into life was that a referee's required on lawn 1 for Maloof, who's through 6 but must have a hampered shot of some sort. On lawn 2, Ed Duckworth is on the second break. Remember, he got to 4 back with his first ball.
Okay, so we'll get an inkling of a clue as to what sort of leave Logan is thinking about here. His partner ball's on hoop 1, and as you can see, Dave made 1 hoop with yellow, and red's on hoop 1, so
Stuart Lawrence has completed his break on lawn 3 and left a diagonal spread.
yeah, he may be, well, I think he probably is thinking about leaving a ball on the wire of hoop 2 after he's made 1 back. And I suspect that ball will be yellow, simply on the basis that the only other ball it would be red, and that would mean leaving a ball at yellow's hoop, which if yellow managed to hit in, that would give him a potentially easy start. So I'm pretty sure he's going to come through this hoop and try and leave yellow sitting on the wire of the hoop behind, on the hoop 2 side, and such that it won't be visible from B-bolt. And just to explain to everyone who may not be familiar with the rules, that because Logan's just run hoop 7 or 1 back, he's conceding the option of a lift, and that means that Dave, when he gets his turn, he can play the balls either red or yellow as they lie, but he also has the option of lifting either of his balls and playing from the start line, see A or B bulk. And that simply means that Logan can't leave. There's a limit on the length of shot that Logan can leave Dave, and the maximum length he can leave him is just over 19 yards. Now, what he's done there, okay, while I was burbling on, you can see that Logan hasn't left yellow on the wire of the hoop, but he's left it southwest of the hoop. This leaves going to be, well, the next stage, because I've just got that wrong, I might hopefully get the next bit right. I think red will be sent to 3-back as a pioneer, and that he will be leaving red on the wire of hoop 4.
Yep.
And so that would be invisible from A bulk. And that's called a new standard leave, and we'll go into the pros and cons of that once it begins to materialise a bit more, and then you can see where the balls are going to end up and what the possibilities are.
So Keith, while Logan is coming to the end of his break, there's a couple of comments. There's a question about the COAC version of the game, which people know there's going to be a demonstration of that after the playoffs. And I previously said that it was going to be live streamed, but I was wrong with that, because it isn't going to be live streamed. It's just going to be recorded and played later. In fact, I think you can actually go on to YouTube and see demonstrations of that particular version of the game even now.
Yeah, I think Howard Sosin is going to be here, and
Yeah.
he's going to be doing a commentary live for the
he's got-
viewing audience here, but
He's got some
unfortunately
professional actors playing the role of croquet players and doing it as well.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well,
So
but so no, it won't. Unfortunately, it won't be live streamed.
no,
for
it
the,
won't be live streamed.
No.
The update from the other lawns is that Blake Fields has hit in and should pick up a break, and that Ed Duckworth, who had taken his first ball to 4-back, is on his second break and has got the first peel set up and ready to go. So that game could well be over quite quickly.
Right. So Logan is approaching 3-back, and he's okay. He's doing it, not sending red too far past, and that's because he's trying to set up red on the hoop 4. Right, he avoided hitting red then on the hoop shot, so he's got a rush back on red. Now he's just going to check that he can send this. He's picking a spot, you see, where that's hidden from A bulk. A bulk goes from first corner to halfway along the south boundary, and B bulk goes from third corner.
It
to
always amazes
halfway along the north boundary. Sorry,
how
Dorothy.
big that shadow is on hoop 4, that you can actually put the red ball quite open in terms of space away from hoop 4, but it's still shielded from the end of A ball.
Yeah, but the further you do put it away from the hoop, then you can hit it if you're prepared to go more towards first corner, but you probably won't be able to see all of it, and the further away you go, you're just making a longer and longer shot. There are probably better options available now. Okay, so yellow's in its final resting place, as is red, and now he's got control over where blue and black are going to be laid up, but I'm going to stick my neck out and say that black will be on the yard line, and we'll have a rush in the general direction of yellow. And then what will Dave do? Well, Dave's got options.
The yellow is quite a long way off off the western boundary. In what way might that affect Dave's decision about
Well,
which
for
ball to
one,
lift?
I guess for one thing, I mean, Logan's just having a look from B-Bulk at what Dave's got, as in terms of, say Dave lifted red and came up and had a look at shooting at yellow, that might be Dave's shortest shot. In which
Yeah.
case, there's a good chance that's the shot he will take.
Yeah, because that one's only about 12 yards away.
Well, we can't see from here whether the hoop is interfering with the shot.
I don't think it is. Just casual look.
Well,
there,
not
it looks-
at all.
Yeah.
Well, okay, well, Logan put yellow there, so
Yeah.
I mean he could have put it further south, I guess,
He's had another
or
look at it.
further west.
It's-
Right, so he's going to lay up and leave a rush to yellow, and then Dave's options, so he can lift red or yellow, and he will lift one of them because red can't hit blue and black because of the hoop. Red and yellow are a long way apart, and yellow's a long way from blue and black currently, so he will take a lift. If he takes a lift to, say, third corner, he's going to have a shot in the neighbourhood of 20 yards, I think.
Well,
If he lifts yellow and misses, you kind of sort of almost sounds as though you're thinking negatively, in the sense that you go, well, what happens if I miss this shot?
Yeah.
If he lifts yellow, which he has, and now he's going down to A bowl.
Going down to A bowl.
Okay,
So he's not
so
shooting from corner 3.
No, some people shoot quite often from corner 3, and if you imagine that yellow shot through to corner 4, Logan can just gently rotate blue a bit further into the lawn, take off to yellow, and then he's got what we call the big croquet stroke, sending yellow to hoop 2 and getting a rush on red to hoop 1.
Yep.
Dave's kind of, well, he's not exactly taking away that option, because if he misses, I'm assuming he's shooting at blue or black here. And yesterday I can't remember who was playing actually, but we saw this happen in one of the games, and the player of black still tapped partner,
Yes, that's right.
took off
And-
north of yellow and
Yeah.
rushed it to a south ground. I think it was
Absolutely.
Zach Watson from memory,
Yeah,
actually.
it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So.
But there are other options, which
Dave, and
but
he
Dave
misses.
hasn't hit. So I'm pretty sure he went for blue there, because I thought I saw.
Well, he
yellow
certainly
go in
missed,
front
missed
of
to the
blue.
left of blue. Yeah. So just a quick update
Yeah,
now.
go ahead.
Ed Duckworth on his second break against Kevin Beard. Stuart Lawrence on his second break against Dominic Nuns. A bit more nip and tuck in the
Interaction.
in Kyle Maloof and Blake Field's game. Kyle is on one back, but Blake is on a break. So that one, there's been a lot of interaction in that game. But the other games, Ed Duckworth and Stuart Lawrence, both with 9 on the board and second breaks in progress.
Right, now, okay, so already Logan's taking a different option from what Zach did. Now, this is I actually did talk about this as a possibility yesterday. So you rush yellow, the opponent ball, up. And I think the idea is that you're going to play a square split shot.
Sending yellow to
Centre
2.
yellow to hoop 2, but is he going to do that? So you try and send yellow to hoop 2, or much nearer hoop 2, and it currently is, put it that way, while getting a rush on blue towards red. And if this works, then you're in good shape for getting a standard triple peel out.
Yeah.
Now he's done. Oh,
No,
he's gone
he's
too far.
clattered into the
He was
blue.
on a great line.
Yeah,
with
it was
black,
perfect,
but it's
wasn't it?
just gone a
Yeah.
couple of feet too far and,
Yeah.
and hit blue. It's not a disaster, but if you imagine that if he'd stopped short of blue, he could have rushed blue right onto the rush line for red to hoop 1.
Yeah.
and be in much better shape.
Yeah.
He could still get a rush to hoop one, and
if he-
wouldn't surprise me if he does, but it won't be quite as accurate.
Yeah, so take off about 9 to 10 yards to try and get this rush on the red to hoop one.
Yeah, and you can see,
Oh, he's
you can
left-
imagine
yeah.
he might have been able to rush blue in that sort of distance from red, and then he would have got a much easier rush on red.
What interests me there, Keith, is he
Yeah.
didn't try and get greedy. If that was me taking that takeoff, I would have tried to get within a yard of the red.
Right.
But he's given himself lots of room, so
Well, he
tremendous
has,
confidence
yeah,
on this rush.
Yeah, well,
So he ends
I
up 4 yards
think
short.
Logan's strength is probably single ball strokes, and I'm guessing he's got a pedigree in golf croquet.
Right.
That's not to say his croquet strokes are bad, but I think he looks like the sort of person who would be very good at golf croquet. Well, how are we doing on the comments?
Well,
anything new?
People have just told us
Oh,
that
more, come on, Logan.
Howard Sosin's COAC variation apparently isn't on YouTube like I thought it would be. So, but it will be after today because they are recording it.
Okay,
to
well,
put
that's
up
interesting because
there.
I've seen it somewhere.
Yeah, I thought I had too. Yeah. And no further updates from the other games. Eugene is just walking past. So
Right, so here comes Logan,
no, it's fine.
and he's made hoop one, and he's stayed within easy for him, I should say.
Yeah, I was going to say this one would be giving me
rotating
the
distance of
jitters.
red.
4 yarder after coming through the hoop.
Yeah, so if you want to find the COAC demo, there's search for Croquet Innovations
Croquet
on
Innovations
YouTube.
on YouTube. Okay. Oh, what a beautiful clonking rush all the way over to corner 4.
Yeah, no, that's really good. I like that
It was
because
absolutely superbly
he's
struck,
got the
wasn't
room
it?
to send red to hoop 3, so it's good to get a pioneer, but equally I would expect him to get a pretty good rush on blue
Yeah.
over to the west of yellow, and then he'll send blue to hoop 3 as well, getting a rush to hoop 2 on yellow, and then if that works, then we'll be looking at a standard triple
Yeah.
peel.
So basically we're sort of 3 expansive ball movements away from a perfect on-time triple setup. Here's the first.
How's it doing? That's pretty good.
Good for the red, and it's
Yeah,
good, yeah. It's in line with the
pretty
yellow.
good for
Yeah.
black a smidge short, and red's pretty good. So yeah, he'll be. I would expect this. He'd want to cut this west of yellow, so you get a straight croquet stroke. Well, he's not done that. Okay, well he stayed east of yellow, and that is more on the rush line to hoop 2. How much is he going to try and do with blue? Well, the answer's not very much at all. He doesn't particularly need to. He's going to get another roquet and croquet on blue before he approaches hoop 3. He wants to make sure this rush to 2.
Well, that's nice.
You see, these lawns, things just run on a
They
bit,
do,
don't
don't they? It's an extra 9 inches.
Yeah, but it's given them a really easy rush to 2, and he's overplayed it slightly. Again, it's just run on a bit.
Don't worry him too much.
One thing that people may or may not be aware of, when you're rushing, if the gap between your ball and the target ball is sufficiently small, then and particularly if the harder the rush, the harder you're hitting your ball, it will be sliding when it reaches the target ball.
Yeah.
So almost all the energy on a straight rush will then go into the target ball. But if your ball has started rolling, and it will do because of friction, then actually the rolling energy is retained by the striker's ball, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
that's right.
so
yeah.
you don't get the full energy transfer into the object ball.
It's
Now,
a very different collision.
it is, so you have to take that into account, but it's not as though it's one of these things where you sort of do mathematical calculations in your head. You just get used to it, and you know what situation you're in. And Logan's he's a caster, so he swings his mallet over the ball as a rehearsal and also to check his lining up before actually hitting it, and he did just flick the black ball on a backswing. If that was golf croquet, if we were playing golf croquet, that would be his turn, wouldn't it? Is that am I right?
That's right. Yeah, it's a strange dissonance in the two sets of rules, that one. But
whereas if you're not intending to hit the ball in association croquet, then when you, in most circumstances, you just get to put your ball back and try again. Whereas in golf croquet, and any contact, accidental or otherwise, is a stroke, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a golf croquet expert, but I think you could be trying your hardest to hit your ball, but if you actually don't make contact, you get to have another go.
That's right. Yes, it's a strange difference in the two sets of rules for the codes, but
he was much better at maintaining the forward lean on the shaft there, so he's done better at getting the
it's a very
the
nice
ratio
rush
that
on
he
the blue
wanted.
now. So our community have noted that Logan used to use a Terminator mallet.
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously decided to use something different. Is that a trimmer mallet we're looking at now?
I think it probably is.
Yeah.
Now, we did spend some time yesterday talking to Robbie Fletcher.
We did.
About his mallet, which is a revolutionary new design in croquet equipment. And I did talk about it briefly on the commentary yesterday, and I think I described it as how the holes that he's put in the head create something that acts as a compression chamber. That was absolute garbage. I remember I was walking to a bus stop yesterday evening. I thought, no, he didn't say compression chamber. He said percussion chamber.
I think that was my fault. I think I put that word into your head. So.
Anyway, Robbie's mallet, without going into the detail of the physics involved, mainly because I don't know the physics involved, but it gives a much better energy transfer as well as being lighter. So he gets a very good stop-shot ratio, but he's not actually having to swing any harder to get the ball moving the distance that he wants.
Yeah. No,
right, so... sorry, Gareth.
Oh no, I was just going to say he's through with black very nicely, and it looks good to do the peel on blue. And while he's doing that, I'll just give you an update from the Dom Nuns Stu Lawrence game. If you remember, Stuart Lawrence was on his second break. He'd got round to the middle of the lawn, but then he basically grovelled through 5 and wasn't able to make any progress after that. So Dominic Nuns has got in, and he's now off the blocks. So that's nice to see that that's going to be a nice competitive game.
Right, so Logan, in common with lots of players, gets down on the ground to line up these peels, and what he's looking at is he's looking down the sides of the two balls, and in particular he'll be looking down the left-hand side as he's looking at them. And if you imagine the line along the tangent of the two balls, he wants that line to be definitely inside the hoop, rather than hitting that left-hand wire as he's looking at it. Because if blue flicks the left-hand wire, or the near wire from his perspective, it's much less likely that blue will go through the hoop.
He can play this quite straight,
Yeah,
can't he, Keith? He doesn't need to get any sort of pull
no.
on it, I think,
He will
but-
be will be trying to play this straight, and he can do that because of the lovely position of red. So he'll be playing a stop shot. Blue hopefully through the hoop, and then black probably moving a yard or 2.5 feet.
And it gets into the
Okay,
jaws.
well, black went the yard, but blue
Yeah.
didn't make it through the hoop, but that's fine.
All right. Well,
That's
while
actually
we're
fine.
reflecting on that, there's two other bits of news that Blake Fields has taken his first ball around to 4-back, and Carl Maloof has missed the lift. So in that game, Blake has got his 9. Carl, if you remember, only got to 1-back. In the game between Ed Duckworth and Kevin Beard, Ed is well ahead. Ed has reached peg and 4-back, so we're on a peg 4-back versus 0-0, and just as I speak, Kevin has missed the lift shot, so Ed will quite likely finish that game in the next few minutes.
Right, so we may shortly have our next qualifier.
Yeah. So it's worth pointing out that Logan is no stranger to TPs. When he won the New Zealand Open, every single game that he played in that, he did a TP, except the final against Paddy Chapman. But that's a pretty amazing record.
is a pretty
Every
amazing
single
record.
game was a TP.
Now, Logan's chosen not to go back to blue after hoop 4. He could have approached 4 in such a way as to run it and rush yellow back up the lawn, put yellow to hoop 6, rush peel blue, and take off to red. But I think he's done something very sensible here. He realises that there's no rush, and he also realises that getting a rush on red to hoop 5 is more of a priority, because hoop 5 wasn't a good pioneer. I think maybe if red had been 4 feet in front of 5, he would have rushed up, done the peel and taken off. Now I wonder if we're going to see somebody use the Keith Wiley method for continuing when the...
Tell us about the Keith Wiley.
Well, okay, so Keith Wiley was a innovative croquet thinker and top player in the 1960s and 70s, and he realised that you can do better trying to continue the triple peel from here if you don't send red as a pioneer to 1-back, which would be the natural inclination. Anyway, to the moment, I'll explain a bit more, we'll see how Logan progresses this. He's run hoop 5 a little bit too far, so he didn't have a rush up near a blue, which he would have liked, I think. Why would he have liked that? Because you don't want to move your ball long distances going from one croquet stroke to the next roquet. Right, so we are going to see the Wiley method. Good. So the Wiley method is, I'm getting excited because I think everybody should do this, and not everybody does. And we might get some comments from Paddy Chapman about what he does. Anyway, this is the Wiley method. So red, you'll see, has not gone to 1-back. Red has gone well north of
Very
hoop
deep,
6.
very deep.
And it's a reception ball
Yeah.
for hoop 6. And he's going to rush peel blue, which he has. And what this method does is it gives you a really good chance of getting a standard TP back on track, and by that I mean you'll be peeling penalt after hoop 6. Now in the normal standard triple, blue would have gone through 4-back immediately after hoop 3, and it would have been waiting at hoop 6 as you make hoop 5. That's not been possible. So he can't. He's not able. Well, he's less likely. He's less likely to just simply croquet blue into peeling position from here. So he's actually going to try and croquet blue into something that isn't quite peeling position. In other words, so it's not going to be blocking his hoop shot coming down to red. Has he managed to do that? He's definitely managed to do that, so that's fine. It stayed near peeling position, but there's no way when he runs hoop 6, excuse me, that he'll hit blue before he gets down to red. Now, he's lacking a one-back pioneer, I hear you say. Yellow's going to be his one-back pioneer.
Right. Yeah.
And how is it a one-back pioneer? Well, he's going to croquet this to the west of 6. He's going to run the hoop to red.
Does it need to be west of blue?
No, because blue's going to get rushed in front of penalt. So that's fine. He's going to run the hoop down to red. He's going to croquet red and croquet it to 2 back as a pioneer,
right,
getting
so
onto blue.
Red's going to be clunked down to 2 back.
Yeah, and he's going to get onto blue in the croquet shot and rush blue in front of penalt. And then he peels blue, in the ideal world, getting a rush on yellow to 1 back. And if that works, he's now got the penalt peel after hoop 6.
Yeah.
The thing he has to be able to do, of course, is still make 1 back. So he needs to rush to 1 back from 7 yards away. Now, I'd be interested to see how the chat has reacted to that.
There hasn't been. There's been. Well, Paddy has waded in with. Paddy prefers a pioneer at 1 back, so he doesn't break down.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I thought he would say.
Yeah.
But his pioneer at 1 back isn't really at 1 back. It's going to be 3 yards south of 1 back, which is fine. I mean, I'm not saying one's necessarily better or worse than the other. It depends what you like. Now he's actually.
So while
just to continue us, yet again somebody has gone down the hill.
Yeah.
The
Penalt
hill.
The Penalt hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not huge, but if you're coming from the west, going east, then they do just run down slightly, don't they? So it's now looking like he's may not get the peel, because he must get the rush. He must get the rush on yellow. So he's decided to abandon trying to peel it, and he's going to just simply take off.
It is interesting you being in the commentary booth here for the last 3 days, and you've seen that so many times because you've been in the same position each time.
We've seen, and the other thing we've seen while we're on about it is we've seen balls. How many balls have we seen croqueted off the north boundary behind hoop 2?
Yeah, at least 5.
Yeah, easily. And how many balls have we seen croqueted from behind hoop 2 down to hoop 4 or 3 back?
And we've seen plenty hilling off towards corner 1 as well as they go down the western boundary. So, quick update. The game between Carl Maloof and Blake Fields is getting a lot of interaction. Blake, of course, up 4 back to 1 back in that one. On lawn 2, Ed Duckworth is really on a finishing turn, but he didn't actually make it. And it's Kevin's back in, and he's shooting. So maybe that's not over yet.
So how are you fancying this potential death roll peel going to red?
Well, if I had even half the talent of this gentleman, I would be fancying it. But I suppose red's is red a little bit too far north?
Well, it's one of those you wouldn't want to go south of red and be rushing it slightly further away from the hoop. You'd really want to make sure you're north of red and rushing it closer to the hoop. But in saying that, if you if you err on the side of caution and you're too far north of red, then you hit it and end up red might go south of 2 back.
There's a bit of banter for you here, Keith.
Yeah, we're all weighing in now.
Yeah, you know how to stir them up.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nick Parrish. I think that's spot on. No, we're getting some data on there. Right.
Well,
And
Kyle.
when Logan changed his mallet,
Okay.
Ailsa was asking that.
Yeah. Well, I can inform everybody that Kyle has evened things up in his game against Blake, so they're both a break on the board, 4 back. It looks looking like. And Kevin Beard is in. Kevin Beard, who was staring down the barrel of Ed finishing the last 3 hoops, has had a reprieve. He's got in. He's started. So amazing keeping that alive. Kevin, of course, in that incredible encounter yesterday with Robin Brown.
Now this turn of Logan's it's not out of control, but it's just showing signs of there are danger signals, some red flags. Yellow's quite deep at 3 back, and he has not peeled it.
No, it's not peeled, and and it rolled back afterwards. It went into the jaws, but then it shuddered and came back out.
And it's one of those that, say he stayed north of red, and he will probably have a pretty controlled rush, pretty controlled hoop approach to 2 back. Now, do you come back to blue? Oh no, I don't know. Sorry, Logan. Yet again, commentators curse strikes, and he tried to cut that and hit it straight, and now he's got an approach from the side.
Yeah, 4 yards or so coming in.
So, yeah, okay. Well, I was going to say, if you had the opportunity, would you come back to blue? And if so, what would you be thinking of doing? He won't now have the opportunity to come back to blue, I'm going to suggest.
No.
I'm going to say that the safe, patient, sensible play here is make 2 back, hit red, and stick it as an escape ball for the penalty peel.
Right. So it'll be a straight double at the end.
No. He'll peel. Well, he'll hope to peel blue before 4 back.
Oh, okay.
So red won't be a 4 back pioneer at 4 back. It'll be
oh right. Yes,
what Chris Clark calls in the box, and the box is a big area to the east of Penalt and south of 4 back.
Yes. So the pioneer for 4 back ends up in that box.
Yeah, it ends up in that box, and I think partly, if I'm reading his mind correctly, he's thinking, well, I need to do this to make sure I get a rush on yellow to 3 back. It really is an enormous box that red can go into.
Yeah. So let's see.
Surprisingly, you don't need it tight to Penalt at all. So we'll see. He will be prioritising a rush to 3 back, which actually I'll take it back. He hasn't prioritised a rush to 3 back.
No. But there's the red in that box.
Well,
the extremes of the box, isn't it?
Yeah, the red. Well, no, the red is definitely in the box, and he's certainly giving himself plenty of room to approach 3 back and run it, getting a forward rush on yellow. So definitely a stop shot.
And looks like he's nicely in front.
Yeah, and he seems to play all his croquet strokes standard, which is interesting for someone with a Solomon grip, but it works for him. Here, right, so this is one of those where, and he's done well.
And he's got a perfect rush, hasn't he?
Well, he needed that because he will need to get very close to blue. because I don't think he'll be planning to rush Peelet. I'd be amazed if he's planning to rush Peelet. He wants this yellow pretty tight to blue, but he's going to have to move yellow out of the way of getting from blue to red.
That yellow's gone a little bit far away from the blue, has it?
Well, he wants. I'd be wanting to croquet yellow 2 yards southwest of Penalt, and I think I can do that and get really close to blue. Blue is so close to the hoop, it's almost tempting to get in a position where you can rush it a little bit further away to avoid putting it where you can't get to red.
Just heard that Stuart Lawrence, who was trying a straight triple and has just put that down on lawn 3, but still well ahead of Dominic Nuns in that game.
Now we'll see, can he hit it gently enough? No, that's too far.
Because now it's actually going to be difficult for him to get the rush on red, isn't
Absolutely, yeah. And he's realised that. So it may well be, as you said earlier, a straight double. And in fact, I mean, could it be really bad? I mean, is the takeoff?
Yeah, even the takeoff, yeah.
Whether you go from the left or right side. Well, he's taking off from the left side.
No, now he's positioning
he's
on the
looking
right.
on the right
And
side.
as we saw earlier, he's so confident with his rushing. He won't mind being 3 yards away from that red.
I think you'll find he will mind.
Well, he'll mind, but he'll be very, very. He'll be fine doing it.
Unless I'm not sure this is going to be 3 yards. Well, it is 3 yards, but it's 3 yards not pointing at fullback. And I don't know Logan well, but from his body language, I'd say he's not best pleased at the moment.
You don't need to know anybody very well to pick up on that body language.
Well,
that was very clear.
Anyway, at this stage, you just go, right, it's all about this stroke. If I get this right, we're back in.
Yeah.
And
because the blue's now nice again, isn't it?
Yeah. You have to forget the fact you could have been on fullback and rover at this stage and go, well, I'm not on. I'm on fullback and Penalt, but I'm still finishing.
He won't be too unhappy with this.
No, well, I mean, he's looking a bit downcast.
Yeah.
He's giving out vibes to me, and therefore possibly to Dave Kibble, that he's worried about not finishing this. It just gives a bit of encouragement to the opponent. Of course, if he does finish, it doesn't matter because Dave Kibble won't get another shot.
No. Doesn't matter whether he's encouraged or discouraged, he won't be on the lawn.
There's a lot to be said for developing a demeanour that suggests that whatever you've done is exactly what you intended to.
Exactly what you intended to do,
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's looking okay.
Yeah, I'm expecting this to be another one of his smooth who runs to the boundary.
And,
this is what you can do on the even numbered hoops, particularly 2, 4, 2 back and 4 back.
Yeah, absolutely perfect positioning of the red for the rush from the boundary ball.
Now, you might be wondering, is he going? He's obviously going to roquet red first after running this hoop. Which ball is he going to roquet next?
So is there two different ways of completing this?
Well, I think there's a preferred method because he's got a straight double to do, and blue's pretty close to peeling position. So I'm expecting him to go to yellow first.
Yep. Rather than keeping yellow alive.
Rather than keeping yellow alive. So yeah, this is pretty standard because he's got red about peg high. He's got it out of the way of blue coming through the hoop and going down to rover. And I think he will place yellow also on the west side. Yellow will be the reception ball. He'll rush blue as close to straight in front of the hoop as he possibly can. Bear in mind we've got the penalt hill to get up.
Oh, which he might remember now, but now he's going up the hill.
He's going up, it's
Up
a
the
bit
hill,
easier,
right, yeah.
bit easier if you remember it.
That looks okay.
Well, he's either remembered it or just got away with it anyway. It was pretty good. He was unlikely to mess that up.
So now you want to Irish this blue all the way down.
Right, so he's going to do what we call an Irish peel.
Well, while he's setting up for that, I will tell you that Kevin has really got back in on lawn 2. So, as I mentioned before, he was 9-12 down, and he has got up to hoop 5 on his first break with Ed on rover and peg. So, real scrapping from Kevin there. He's a real fighter. He doesn't give in. And he might just pull that one out of the hat.
Have we got an update from lawn 1?
Yes, both Kyle and Blake are on 4-back. I'm not sure whether Blake has hit his lift or not. But,
so did Kyle hit his lift then and go from 1-back to 4-back?
I'm not quite sure how Kyle managed to get back, because Kyle had advanced to 1-back previously.
Yeah, he had, yes. Well, I'm asking because if Logan finishes this turn and wins the game, we'll be looking at an empty lawn.
We will, until Kyle and Blake have finished their game.
And when that happens, the loser will be playing Pete Trimmer. And we believe it's going to be on the show lawn, so there will be more croquet to watch.
There will. We'll definitely have Pete Trimmer on here against either Kyle or Blake. But of course, the winner of Kyle and Blake actually automatically qualify.
They're through. So he's done the lining up. He's hitched his pants up or trousers.
Is it possible to hitch them up when they're that tight?
Well, he did just hitch them up. I mean, we could probably tell what model of phone he's got.
You could read the phone.
Yeah. So here he comes. He's basically, the thought process here is forget about blue. I mean, you've got to get the right pace, but just try and run the hoop with black.
Now, has the black come through far enough?
Well, there's two things. Has blue gone far enough? Well, it's done pretty well. And black has come through far enough to hit yellow. But the absolute disaster that you do not want to happen is that you run the hoop with black, so you don't have a continuation shot for running the hoop, but black is still in the jaws of the hoop and can't hit yellow. We'll probably have to try and hit red. Now,
some of our audience have commented that they've had many tutorials from you on the straight double, so
now, are they saying they're getting bored of me talking about it?
I don't think that's possible. It's not possible. So now it's all important to get the rush.
Right, well, I've also been talking about the debate about death rolls. Is it ever worth death rolling to 3-back? Well, as I mentioned yesterday, Christian Carter's got a very strong opinion on that, and it's a big no. It's harder than the death roll to 2-back simply because the pioneers usually beyond 3-back, so you bring into play things like getting cross-wired or And you've got, of course, you've got to go further as well. You've got to send your ball
So
further.
this rush looks...
Oh, he's
he's
short.
a bit short, isn't it?
Yeah,
He's left
now-
himself 4 feet
Well,
for the peel.
again, I like sticking my neck out and saying what
Yeah.
players are going to do, and they usually prove me wrong. But I'm looking at that and I'm going, I'm not Irish peeling
No,
that.
okay. Well, while that decision's being made, I'll tell you that Stuart Lawrence is really turning the screws on Dominic Nuns. He's taken his second ball around to the peg, so he's 4 back and peg.
And what's Dominic on? Has he made
Nothing.
any
I don't
hoops?
think. I don't think Dominic's made any hoops, and it looks like Dominic will have a lift shot, and it might
Well,
be
I
curtains
can
after
actually
that.
I can actually see Dominic.
You can see him picking up the
yeah.
lift ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll actually be able to see
Now
from
for-
our position whether Dominic makes it.
For fans of Dominic, I have to report that he's wearing a shirt with sleeves today.
Well, you have to at Hurlingham, don't you?
Is that right?
Yeah, oh gosh, yeah, you have to.
Good point.
Yes,
Good
yes.
point. Yes, of course.
All right.
But Dominic is known for wearing sleeveless shirts.
So this is not going to be an Irish.
Well, I'm saying I wouldn't Irish peel from
No.
here. I would do a stop shot that keeps black north of the hoop. So you've got the continuation shot you're going to run the hoop, and with that continuation shot, you have to decide, depending on where blue is, whether you're going to just run the hoop normally, with the intention of holding for probably red. Or whether you need to jump to the boundary, in which case, if that works, you'll be going for yellow. Right, here we go.
Here we go. Let's see what happens. Goes through.
Well-
It settles back.
You lucky
Lucky. Lucky.
Yeah, well, he might have been able to run the hoop anyway, but yeah, I don't know if we'll get that on replay, but black seemed to go almost into the jaws, but lurch to the right, and then just settle back right in front of the hoop.
Ooh. A couple of big things happened. We could just see there Dominic Nuns missing his lift shot. So
It could be tournament over for
maybe
Dominic.
tournament over there for him, because Stuart is 4 back and peg. And the other news from Lawn 1 is that Blake has reached 4 back and peg.
Oh, massive news!
Yeah.
Right.
So Blake has. We could have the next game nicely timed.
Well, we could if Kyle may not cooperate.
No, he may not. He may take objection to to that.
He's not here to make it easier for us.
No, really.
Right,
Can't
now
believe
here's
that.
Logan's rush to the peg, and I'm going to say that's a bit longer than he really would
Yeah,
like.
but how good has his rushes been? I mean,
Well,
he's
We'll find
been
out.
absolutely fantastic.
This one needs to miss hoop 5. It should be somewhere near the peg,
Ooh,
and
is
he's
it
up.
gonna-
He
Ooh,
has missed hoop
just
5.
missed the hoop. Whoa. Leaves him with about a 3-yard peg out.
If that actually.
Yeah.
Now, will he get it watched? And is Casey here today?
Well,
Tim Dutton, King's Counsel. Is he here?
well, we'll see him sprinting out if he is. No one's sprinted out yet.
No, well, he's not asked for an umpire at this stage. And he may not. He may not.
Why wouldn't you?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know if it's still the case, but certainly when I went and played in Australia and New Zealand, you would peg outs that we arrogantly would regard as easy would always get watched by an umpire.
Oh, they watch everything.
They watch everything.
Oh,
That's
gosh.
right. Yes. And it's, I guess,
Yeah, but
I guess we sort of go, well, it's unmissable. Of course we're going to hit the peg, and why do we have to wait 2 minutes for the umpire to come out and take position and so on? But of course,
But given that Logan
sometimes
is,
you just flick these, don't you? And you're actually the only person who knows whether it's hit or not, and that to avoid that sort of sense of did it really peg out? It is good to get them watched.
well, it also enables you to keep your head down. You know, you can just concentrate on the shot.
That's
You're
a
not.
good point. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Right, so having lined this up to point straight at the peg, again, it's a bit like doing an Irish peel. You basically try and hit the peg with your ball black. I don't like to see people decide just about to play it, and when they decide, I'm not sure it's right.
Given the uncertainty in the setup, you would think that it might be wise to have someone watch it.
Yeah.
Given the fact that the commentators couldn't work it out yesterday.
Well, you speak for yourself, Gareth. Right, so he's
Here we go.
He's
And there's
played it
not too much doubt
absolutely
about
straight.
that. Well played. Yeah. All right. Well, let's fill you in with what's happening on lawn 1. As I mentioned, Blake Fields is on 4-back and peg against Kyle's 4-back and 1. But Kyle has hit in. So there you go. Kyle has hit in with his hoop 1 ball.
He's
totally uncooperative with the schedule.
He's a lovely chap, but
yeah.
he's not playing for us.
No.
He's playing for himself.
Absolutely. On lawn 3, Stuart Lawrence 4-back and peg, and playing now what might be his final turn because Dom Nuns missed the lift shot. And as far as we know, on lawn 2, Kevin Beard is still on his comeback, looking down the barrel of 4-back and peg 20 minutes ago. He's now been making some hoops. And knowing Kevin, he's grinding out that break, and it could well be Kevin setting a nice lift for Ed to hit. So we'll keep you posted on all of those.
Now,
but well done, Logan, in this game.
I can see. Most of lawn 3, where Stuart Lawrence is playing Dominic Nuns. I've absolutely no idea which hoop Stuart's for, but he's certainly not finishing.
So Dom might get another shot.
Well, Dom is definitely getting another shot. Has Stuart made any hoops? Stuart, you said, was 4-back and peg, didn't you? Is that right?
Stuart's 4-back and peg, yes,
well,
that's right.
Okay, well, he's just played a turn with yellow, and he's made no hoops, I'm going to suggest. He's just he's marked in yellow on the yard line, and he's just walked off. So I don't think he's actually made any hoops with yellow. He's just moved the balls around a bit.
So Keith, how would you wrap up the game that we've just seen? What would you take from it?
Well, we had 2 errors at hoop 2, didn't we?
Yep. 2 errors at hoop 2, and the penultimate hill coming.
The penultimate hill. What was Logan's error? Was he slapped into the near wire? And what did Dave do? Can you remember? Did he?
I can't remember how Dave failed hoop 2, but there's a
right.
glaring yellow.
Oh
clip on
no!
it there.
I do remember. He ran hoop 1, had a hampered shot, missed part.
Missed that.
And then
He's
joined
up here.
up,
That's
joined
right,
up
yes.
with Logan's
So he never
ball.
actually shot at hoop 2.
No,
he was actually shooting at his own ball.
Right. So I'm informed from HQ that they're going to put cameras on lawn 3.
Brilliant. Okay, so we'll get to see if Dominic Nuns can come back. That will be.
He's just
rather
had a
nice.
shot, and he's not acting like somebody who's hit.
In fact, we can, with that camera view there, we can actually see down the whole length of the lawns at Hurlingham. We can see there in front of us the remnants of lawn 4, which is the show lawn, and then
3,
lawn
2 and
3,
1.
2 and 1
Yep.
in order going backwards. So obviously quite difficult to make out who's doing what, but it does look as if Dom is having a shot here. Is that Dom?
No, Dom's had his shot.
Dom's had his shot. So
missed.
Stuart's back on
Stuart
again.
is back on, and he's taken a rush from the east side of the lawn to somewhere north of Hoot 1. And as far as we know, he's still for 4-back.
Okay. Well, Eugene is going to give us an update for the state of play of each of those 3 lawns. While he does that, we'll just remind everybody that the qualifiers now from the Block H have been settled, with Logan McCorkingdale going through with Mark Van Loon, Jose Riva and Ewan Burridge. Well, Logan's really got out of jail in this tournament because he started off after the first 4 games he was 1 win and 3 losses.
Right.
I mean, he would have really thought that
it does all depend who you've played, but obviously it's not a good start as the top seed in the block.
Yeah. And even after 6 games he was 2 and 4.
Ah, well, that's more dangerous.
Yeah, so
he must have had 3 on the last day.
He had to win 3 on the last day.
Right.
And
so
he did.
He's won his 4th game in a row.
Yeah, that's right.
So he's trending.
He's absolutely on the right trajectory. There's no doubt about that. So number 18 in the world, and he'll sigh a big sigh of relief for going through now. Amazingly, and this is a great comeback from Kevin on lawn 2. Kevin made it to 4-back. He set an NSL.
Okay.
And Ed Duckworth missed the lift.
Well, I can see Ed striding up the hill in front of the house.
So we have 4-back and peg Ed versus 4-back and
talking to some of his friends.
So, yeah, Kevin was in severe danger, having gone 4-back and peg down and having missed the lift with Ed with a finishing turn, and it's within 15 minutes it's been the impetus is swinging.
Croquet. That's croquet,
and that's what we love about the game.
Yes. It's not what Ed Duckworth's loving about the game at the moment, but
well, he's got a big support base up the top of the hill there.
He has. There's quite a crowd of players and hangers-on has arrived, and they've occupied a key position overlooking lawn 3 and giving them a view of 2 and 1 as well, and also 4, but there's nothing happening on 4. So who have we got? Well, can certainly see Chris and Jenny Clark, Mark Avery, I think Ian and Debbie Lyons are there, Jamie Birch has turned up, I think Robert Wilkinson's hanging around there, Gavin Carter's up there, Sam Murray. It's a nice day off for some people, isn't it?
Now,
having qualified.
Most of the people in these playoffs are there by the fact that they won 5 games.
Okay.
But Dominic Nuns and Stuart Lawrence actually both won 6 games in their blocks.
Oh, right.
So
it's just the luck of how the other games go, isn't it?
Yeah. So that is a bit tough on them.
Well, we did mention yesterday from 2009, Chris Farthing got in a playoff on 4 wins.
And 4 wins.
And then ended up winning a bronze medal.
And yet Jose Riva actually missed out on 6, didn't he?
He didn't even get a playoff.
Yeah. So somewhere in that 4 to 6 range, anything could happen.
Right, now that we've focused in on the people who are here.
Right.
So I can see Chris Clark.
I hope they behave themselves. They're under the microscope now.
And they don't know that.
They don't know that. It's all. There's a lot of it's like being a spy, isn't it? But they're watching Stuart Lawrence finally getting into a position where he can close out the game. He's in front of four back.
Well, is he in front of form? Oh,
Yeah.
well, I'm not sure what he's done there. Oh, he's not happy. He's not happy. The mallet's gone down.
No, the mallet's gone down.
The mallet's gone down. Has he just missed a rush or something?
You don't tend to throw the mallet down unless you're not happy. Well, he must have made. Oh well, we'll get a report from Eugene in a moment. The latest
Well,
intel.
if he's made a hoop, he's conceded a
He's
lift,
conceding a lift, yeah.
and he's just I think he's missed a very short roquet, and he's gone into a
Yeah.
ball.
Okay. Well,
So
Don will pick that up then.
that's put about an hour onto this game
Yeah.
potentially.
Now, in the game that most affects us from a coverage point of view, which is the game between Carl Maloof and Blake Fields,
Yeah.
because of course the loser of that game will play Pete Trimmer on this lawn that we're covering. The situation when we last saw it was Blake was four back and peg, but Kyle had got in again, and the news there is that Kyle has actually just broken down at hoop 3.
Oops.
And that's let Blake get back in. He's made four back and he should finish. So Blake is penultimate and peg now.
Okay. Well.
And with the balls.
Okay. Well, if he does finish, then I imagine Pete Trimmer will be allowed an amount of warm-up time, probably on lawn 1, at a guess.
Mm-hmm.
Or both of them will be allowed some warm-up time on lawn 4.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that the Pete Trimmer and game won't be taking place terribly soon.
Newsflash, Blake
Oh.
has finished.
Oh, Blake has
Yeah,
finished.
Blake has
well,
won.
that was quick.
Yeah, that was nice and quick. So
Yeah.
Blake is through.
Okay, so
Congratulations to him. That will be very exciting to see him play in the last 32. And there's still the possibility, of course, for Kyle that he'll go through because he'll be playing Pete Trimmer on this lawn. If Kyle does go through, there'll be a tremendous American contingent in the last 32.
yeah. And American croquet's come a long way from the first championship in 1989. Really has.
Well, I mean, there was great expectation in the McRobertson Shield that's just happened that it was going to be the most even Mac Rob ever because
And
all
it
four
was. It
teams,
could have gone anyway.
It could have, yeah, that's right. All of the tests were very keenly contested. So Pete Trimmer is actually warming up on this lawn.
He is now.
Yeah.
I'm just having a look at Dominic Nunn's. He had a lift, so right. So he's lifted blue. You think he's still for hoop 1 with both balls? Is that right?
I think so. Yeah, I think
Well,
Dom is
he's
still,
got his black ball is a reasonable pioneer at hoop 1.
I think both the clips are, if we look at that hoop 1 over there, I can just see 2 clips on it, so that a bit difficult to see. But
Well, no, I can see one clip on the camera showing
oh,
one
okay,
clip,
one
and I
clip.
think
Yeah,
it's
so the
black.
blue must be off somewhere else. Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
so I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah. Oh well,
We'll find
I
out.
don't think it's that advanced.
Let's see.
Right, Kevin is on his second break. Remember, Ed is four back and peg, so a tremendous battle developing there. Kevin on the break.
No, Kevin Beard fan club will be loving this.
Well, they'll be absolutely not going to bed in.
How are we doing
in
on the
Victoria.
chat? We got any burning questions or
Well,
things we could do better?
just some congratulations for.
Oh, come on, Nunzi, we've got.
for Logan, of
Yeah,
course, and
of
very
course.
much deserved, and some encouragement for Dominic. Kevin's setting up for his triple. You can see on the feed there, although it's a fair way away, you can actually see Dominic in play. And he's taking Croquet from in front of hoop 1 by the looks of things. We are at a slightly awkward diagonal position to see what he's up to from here, so the monitor is probably our best bet for actually seeing it.
Yeah, we're now seeing a close-up of Dom. What is he actually doing here?
So he's actually playing his hoop 3 ball. So it turns out that Dominic is on hoop 3 with the blue. So he must be seeking to get a rush on the black up the park with that. So very early stages for Dom. If he can craft a break from here, but he's made 2 with this blue ball.
Well, I'm going to take a short break, Gareth, if that's okay with you.
Well, absolutely.
You keep the listener involved.
I'll try my best to
the games that are still on.
Yep.
I can see Carl walking away, so that's disappointment. Disappointment that he hasn't taken his first opportunity to get through, but he's now got to win 2 games against Pete Try.
Yeah. How long do they normally? Would they give him as a break? Because Pete's already on the lawn here. They normally give the quarter of an hour warm up time.
10 minutes, I think.
10 minutes. So you'd imagine that the game will start in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. All right. I'll be as quick as I can.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Yeah. So Dom is on hoop 3 with the blue and still on hoop 1 with the black. So my guess is that Dom has made hoop 3 and is now approaching hoop 4. It looks like he might be sending the red ball over as a pioneer to hoop 5 whilst getting on the rush line for the yellow for hoop 4. So it looks like he's actually got the break set up there. I'll just lean over and have a look to see where the black is. It's certainly north. It's a bit closer to hoop 3, but yeah, it looks like Dom has got the break going there. He's now on hoop 4 and looks to have made that, and certainly got a 3-ball break in progress. No further news yet from the Kevin Beard Ed Duckworth game, but if you'll remember, Ed was 4-back and peg and Kevin was 4-back and break, and slightly better than break. He was 4-back and setting up a straight an on-time triple. So we've got Eugene Chang patrolling the lawns, coming back with intel. And Kevin has managed to jaws his 4-back peel. It sounds like that's okay, and he's now coming back down to 4. So Kevin is someone who's done several hundred triple peels in his career, so I think he knows how to take it from here. So that could be a very, very interesting outcome, being so far behind. The players are now getting onto the lawn, on lawn 4, our coverage lawn. We were unsure about how much time Pete Trimmer would be given to practice and familiarise himself with the character of the lawn, but it looks like that game will start quite soon. I'm not sure what the actual regulations for the amount of time that someone's allowed to set up on the lawn would be, but on the one hand, one of the players has already played a full and very interactive game of croquet, but on a different lawn. So on the other hand, the standard warm-up time at the beginning of the day is, I think, 10 to 15 minutes. So Pete has already been out there for at least 15 minutes. So that's not sure what the regulations are on that front. Currently he's experimenting with a variety of shots going south to north. Yes, I'm sorry for the silence at the moment. It's just that we're not really getting any more intel from around the lawns. We're still waiting for the the Kyle Maloof peak trimmer game to start. You can see on your screens peak trimmer just warming up. As far as I know, Kevin is still continuing with his triple, but looking forward to getting a little bit more intel from those lawns to my left. It really is a fantastic day for croquet today. It's absolutely really gentle, 21 degrees or so, very light breeze, overcast sky, no glare. It's just absolutely perfect conditions. The lawn's running at 12 to 13. There's a little bit of character in this lawn, which is causing a little bit of extra control to be required, or a little bit of inside knowledge to be gleaned. So the bad news for Kevin is that he's sent his blue ball off the lawn after he made hoop 5, and that was him going for the Wiley peel that Keith was talking about earlier, and that means that Ed has a very simple tap in to get back in, and he really should finish from there. Dominic Nuns has just failed at 1 back on his first break, and as you'll remember, Stuart Lawrence was penultimate and peg, so Stuart should have an easy start there to complete that game as well. So from a couple of comeback positions, it looks as if the people who've made the early running in those games might actually get up. So in Kevin's game, it's Rover and Peg for Ed Duckworth playing penultimate and 6. And Kevin will be a bit disappointed that with that. He's the veteran of over 500 triple peels. He'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to complete that one.
Right, Gareth, so you'll notice we've been joined by another commentator.
Excellent.
This is Gavin Carter.
Good day, Gavin.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
And you. And we were watching Gavin's game against Sam Murray yesterday evening. And I think we're back on covering Lawn 4 now, so this is the second round of the Group C playoff.
Yep.
Kyle Maloof, who lost to Blake Fields, has now got his last life playing against Pete Trimmer. and Kyle's gone in and he's put black on the east boundary in the standard position, and Pete has done the other standard thing we've been seeing, which is to go south of corner 2. What sort of openings do you favour, Gavin?
From the east boundary ball, if I was a stronger player, I'd do what Pete's done and put it just out corner 2. If I was feeling quite aggressive, I'd probably do the Duffer Tice just short of penalt.
We just haven't seen that at all in our commentary so far. It's everything's gone into corner 2.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of Duffer Tices in our group, mainly by Zach, I think, who's quite an aggressive player, but a very good shot as well.
Have you seen many super shot openings?
Not as many as I thought, especially on these lawns, which are fairly playable. They're very, very flat, and if you have got a good shot, I think it should have been used a bit more than it has, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, hits beautifully.
Right, well,
what a shot.
Yeah, exactly. But
Clonked over there.
imagine if he'd been able to shoot like that with black as a super shot and he'd hit yellow. He might have been able to get going straight
That was
away.
brilliant. Big news from the Ed Duckworth-Kevin Beard game. Ed Duckworth just has blobbed in Rover. Kevin's back in. So that game ain't over yet.
No. The problem with going to the east boundary is first off, then corner 2, you're not going to go round third turn, so you're just hoping. I mean, this takeoff's dodgy because it's just so long.
And we've seen at least one ball go into hoop 2.
I mean, is that staying on?
I mean,
That's off.
It's rolling off.
this is
It's rolling off.
That corner's
we've seen that happen
And
as
we've
well.
seen that happen
Yeah.
tons.
Yeah.
I mean, that corner's
Well, you played here, Gavin,
yeah,
didn't you? Were you aware that this slopes off for north boundary?
Well, no,
behind too?
because I took off from a ball that's probably a yard further east than that yesterday to the corner ball and went off
And we
by a
saw
mile.
we saw that. Yeah.
And I actually aimed south of the corner ball,
Oh,
and
right.
it still held off.
Yeah.
But now you've just given.
But
It's
it's-
got 12
it-
yarder now.
It's funny, now you know it's there, you can't help seeing it
Yeah.
because you can't help seeing the curve in the white line
Yeah.
just as it goes from the little corner peg.
Because the rest of the lawn's actually quite flat, so it's
Well, you
quite
say
substantial.
that. You say that, but I think there's a hill at Penal, west to east.
Possibly. I mean,
And we've noticed several balls coming from behind 2 going to 4 or 3 back that curl west to east.
Yeah.
And also I think there's a tendency to slope off towards hoop 1, corner 1.
when I was approaching my 2-back pioneer yesterday, it definitely went too far west.
Well, I can't. Pete, presumably, I can't see. Oh yes, I can now. Pete's just checking the yard line on that ball.
Well, yellow is. It should be a ball and a bit because yellow is
Yeah,
a
because yellow
few
was
inches south.
It was put 9 inches south. I'll get you to tell me about his mallet handle in a moment when he's out of earshot.
Yeah, it's a strange looking one.
Because I've seen a few turny ones, but
Yeah, they-
not like that one.
There's a couple like that. It's just to help the wrists. This is a big shot. It's his first shot of the day.
Yeah, that's right. It's nearly midday.
In fact, he's talking away. I don't know.
Yeah. Is he worried about the way the balls have been marked in, or is he
I think he might want someone
worried
to
about
mark it in.
worried about the pesky commentators putting him off?
No.
Who's he talking to? Oh, it's a referee.
Yeah.
So it'll be
Wants to check the
check
yard
check
line,
the
probably.
yard line.
The good doctor, Ian Vincent, has got his measuring tape.
It's a very floppy measuring tape, isn't
Yeah,
it? It's
well
you
used.
expect a sort of steel rule rather than a...
if there's any need to go this precise, to be honest. You're either going to hit it or
No,
you're not.
yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's only moving it millimetres, if at all. So, all done. Now it's the shot.
I don't know whether that does your preparation any good as a.
I was just
That's
wondering
right,
that, to be
yeah.
honest. I mean, you sort of have to forget all of that's happened
Yeah.
and then just get on with playing this straight.
Nice camera angle.
So he can't hit all of yellow, can he, by any imagine?
No.
Any stretch?
He's taking this up. Does he normally shoot with his hat off?
I don't know.
He's a
That's
bit,
good
bit
question.
fidgety, isn't he?
Well, we're getting a close-up of the Mallet hat one, and it's basically to, you see that right wrist is not flexed, it's pretty straight, and I think that's the main motivation.
Oh, it's a very good shot.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he hit it so softly with the hill there.
Yes, it was very smooth, wasn't it?
It's not in the easiest position because yellow's actually gone into the corner, so he's got a backward take-off split shot, probably to get a rush on the yellow.
And we know the perils down in that corner.
Yeah, I mean, you're going from so close, it should be okay, but will be in the back of his mind. If I was Oppo, I might be tempted to get the ref back on to measure those balls in properly, to be honest. Bit of
You could spend all day
warfare.
doing that, yeah.
Well, now
Oh, funnily enough, the ref is coming out.
he's remembered his hat.
It's only because the ref's got the same hat.
Yeah. Okay, so what are you doing from here?
What am I doing? I'll probably just move blue out of foot and rush down to black, I think.
Yeah, it's quite awkward getting a rush to one straight away.
Yeah,
Blue's potentially partly in the way. isn't
blue's
it?
in the way, and I'd be fairly confident of getting a decentish rush down to black and get a tight rush to make hoop one. Especially first game of the day, you just want to get that first hoop out of the way.
Oh,
You'd have black at hoop one if you fail, and blue at hoop two.
and that's going out.
That's
We
off
know
by
about
a
that.
mile.
We know about that.
That's
And-
absolutely.
That has gone off by a long
Oh, yeah.
way.
Yeah.
This is a nervy start.
It was, yeah.
Well,
No, I mean, obviously that was hit too hard, but I think it was hit too hard even for a flat line.
Yeah.
Actually.
There's no need to get any kind of distance away from the corner with blue.
No.
on lawn 3, Stuart Lawrence just can't close that game out. He's put down a finishing turn yet again, and Dominic Nuns has hit in.
And his partner ball's on one back by the look of it. So he's 2 and 1 back.
And with the Ed Duckworth Kevin Beard game, Kevin, as you know, put down his triple, but got back in again. But now he's let Ed come in, and Ed should finish.
The
So now Kyle's getting Ian Vincent, the referee. out.
yeah, I think this is sportsman's
This
play.
is this is simply to see whether he can get a cannon. I think.
Well, you just have to touch those balls, and they'll start rolling this way.
Yeah, that's a good point, Gareth. Now is he going for red? Well,
Oh,
he's roquet red, I'm going to say.
yeah, for sure.
And now we have to decide whether red comes back on in contact with yellow, and it makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, you
Because
could,
if he comes back in contact, then he will have what's called a 3-ball group or a cannon, and then he can pick up yellow and position it in contact with red anywhere he wants, and also blue. And has a decision been made? I'm not sure.
no. Not yet. But a huge decision either way.
Well, we're certainly getting a good opportunity to use the camera that's located in this corner. We're getting some very nice close-up shots of the way that these balls are rolling off this corner and being positioned back again.
Now, how's he performing this test?
I'm not sure. I'm more interested because I think red is quite a way over the line there, and I would have thought that it could be moved a tad further south because it probably rolled off a bit, didn't it? Looks like cannon's been given.
I think he's been given the cannon. So first thing he does is place red in contact with yellow on the yard line. Yellow's a corner ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he can go either on the on the south side or the east side. Then he picks up yellow.
Yeah. Is there any difference between going south or east?
What's he doing here? Oh, he's put it. Okay, he's put it on that side. Well, you're 3 5/8 of an inch closer or further away from where
just
you're
in a
trying
bit.
to go.
Yeah.
I think I'm not sure he's going to black now.
No, it's going straight down to hoop 1,
Yeah.
which is probably wise with Oppo's
Yeah.
ball.
So blue and yellow must be in contact with red, and blue and yellow. I don't like
No,
this.
he's going down to black.
What is going on here?
It's a little worm cannon.
I don't like this.
Wormy.
No,
No.
he is rolling.
Wormy.
Yeah,
Wormy.
this is. I mean, it could be good. I don't know. Oh, and he's hit that quite hard.
That's a shot you need to practice a lot.
So, yeah.
That might just be a lack of experience with cannons. And he topped that ball as
well,
well.
that's the sort of thing you do when you don't know what to do.
Yep.
I'm afraid. Anyway, and why is that? Well, yeah, okay, it sounds a bit critical, but he had the opportunity there to get a rush on yellow of any length, a millimetre, if he'd wanted it.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have pointed at black, but he could have got a rush to hoop 1.
And then red would have been a lot closer to hoop 2 as well.
Red would come out, red would come out off the north boundary, somewhere behind hoop 2.
Yeah.
Whereas he's now looking at not even trying to make hoops. And what he actually created was about a 4 or 5 yard roquet.
Yeah, which you don't want, especially if you miss, you'll go down to Oppo's ball.
Which is not a rush.
I mean, he's got a chance here to roquet black and take off to hoop 1
Well, yeah.
and return to partner if he doesn't get in front.
Well, you could. Yeah. Would you do that?
I think it's worth a go. I mean, it does mean that if you do take off or do come back to black, you won't get the best rush and you could leave a double, but it's an interesting one.
Well, it looks like he's not going to be doing that. It looks like he's going to try and get wide from yellow.
Yep.
And then probably leave a rush to 1 or possibly a rush to red.
Yeah, because yellow will move. But as you
So this is I would say this is definitely a missed opportunity. He's not really punishing Pete for Pete's horrendous error.
No. But as you'd guess, it's a nervy start.
It's a nervy start from both players.
Yeah.
So in this position, would you rather be the player who's joined up, or would you rather be the player who's shooting?
Oh, the player who's joined up.
Yeah.
I don't think Pete will shoot, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think yellow will probably corner.
So in a sense, then he's. I mean, I know he hasn't got the break going, but he does have advantage.
Yes, but it's no hoops made though.
He's in control at the moment, but even
He
if
may make a ton of hoops next time. We'll see. But he did have an opportunity there.
So Dominic refuses to be put down. He's still on the lawn. He's still making hoops. He's approaching 3 with his black ball. So we're going to have a bit of finessing here.
Yeah. As you predicted, Gavin.
Yeah. Oh, that was close to the hoop. I don't
Nearly
think
not
that
very
was
That
finesse.
would not have been good, would it?
But that's
If you're trying to put a ball out of play in a corner, you don't really want to have it hit a hoop.
no.
So in Australia we would say that they're playing dry.
Playing dry.
Playing dry.
Okay.
So we don't use the term finessing. And I don't really understand why it's called finessing, but
Well,
you can explain that to me.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's called that because it's a term that we saw in a book in the Cheltenham Croquet Club library, and it described finessing to a corner.
That's another bad contact.
That's a bad contact, yeah.
It's almost
Yeah.
like it's just hitting down on the blue a bit, causing it to
Jump up.
jump a
yeah,
little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably
Oh,
worth
the jelly babies have arrived.
worth rolling up. Just putting black a bit to the west of the hoop. Keep a bit defensive, but definitely try and get position.
Too slow.
That looks
he's
very
done
short. No, it's short.
Is it very? No, it is short. You're right. Okay.
It's looking on the screen. It's runnable.
He's going to have a go at
It's
it.
further south than it
and
looks.
we've been finding that the people who just stroke these rather than slapping up
Yeah.
them tend to be more successful.
And he
Well,
grovels through.
He's done well,
Grovels
but then
through.
has he got an open shot?
I
Well,
think-
he's got something that needs watching anyway.
Yeah, I think it's got like half ball. It might be a sweep.
It did move to our
Yeah.
left his right as he's looking at it. And do you think that's helped him or hindered him?
I think it just helped him a bit.
I think it might have helped him. Yeah.
Plenty of work for the referee to do in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will we see him employ a sweep shot?
What's that, Keith?
Well, it's where you get down on the ground. And instead of playing with the shaft of the mallet vertical, it's actually virtually horizontal, and you're turning the mallet around, pivoting it around, and sort of pulling the striker's ball onto the target.
So you can impart a bit of spin onto
Well, it's not
the
supposed
blue
to spin.
ball.
I think it's just taking it. Here we go. Yes, this is a sweep. So you don't. The head of the mallet isn't in the hitting area. It's not travelling straight towards the target. It's actually on quite an arc. So you've got to time the pivoting to get the mallet face pointing at the target ball when you hit it.
Oh,
It's
bad
not- now,
luck.
I don't think he got enough turn on that one. But I think the theory
Oh, he
is...
did?
Oh, he did.
He
hit
did
it.
get
Okay.
it. Oh,
Wow.
That was a thin snick then.
Yeah, we didn't...
that was
At our
finesse, I would
distance,
say.
we didn't...
He finessed
Yeah.
that.
So that was good. So interesting position here because
Oh,
obviously
hello.
he's got
Yeah.
he's got yellow in corner 3.
Well, he's... Okay, so he's not sending black to hoop 3, and I'm guessing that he's worried about the fact that yellow is in corner 3.
Yeah. So this is in effect his reception ball
This is
to hoop
staying
2.
on. This is staying
That's
on,
a lovely
isn't it?
shot. Yeah.
Yeah, if it
Okay.
slows down.
That's lovely. Just
Yeah,
outside
but
the
it's
yard.
gone perhaps further than you expected.
Further than you'd want.
Yeah.
But now
So-
hit red and then probably
Where's red going, do you think?
red. I would drive it down nearish hoop 4ish.
Yeah. Okay.
Try and get in front of the hoop.
So a bit of defence.
Bit of defence, but early pioneer as well.
Yeah, it means you've already got a pioneer, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry
It's also
about
a straighter
getting
shot,
black.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is all about the right pace with blue. So sending it down to 1,
Yeah, it is going to 1.
which I think makes the shot harder, and is also a pioneer for 1 if blue-black, if yellow would hit in.
Swiveling the mallet.
Sit down.
You see.
Oh, he's got the angle
Ooh.
wrong, and that's going to be tough to even get
Yeah.
defensive.
No, see, I only just noticed, and I'm embarrassed to say, that Kyle's mallet has got a kink in the shaft as well.
And Gavin, what do you think of these mallets that a lot of the North Americans favour, where they're very shallow?
Yeah, I find that quite hard. You've got to be very precise. I'm someone who quite often tops the ball a bit, so if I had that, I'd almost miss it. But I mean, that may be a reason why he's digging down, because he doesn't want to sweep upwards.
Yeah.
But here the problem is, if he goes off, if he can get off the north boundary, he'll probably leave a ball and a bit, because black is actually off the yard line.
Are you worried about yellow shooting?
Yeah. It's been a bit unfortunate to get this position.
Okay, so he's avoided leaving a double target.
Well, he's actually left a double with red, although you're not going to take that shot. But
Very much doubt red will shoot.
it's not.
Yellow, because yellow got a shot, do you think? Just go, I'm having that, 20 yards.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is if yellow shoots at blue or black, is you're kind of left in the same situation again, and he's already had one practice.
Yeah, well, will he, or would blue or black pick off yellow? 6 yard,
No.
7 yarder maybe, depending on where he goes.
I think that's a bit risky. I mean, there's a case to say that if yellow did shoot, black could play and try and make some hoops off one. I mean, red might be moving. Wide join. Keep the pressure on Kyle.
Well, what's Kyle got? He's got a rush. He's got a rush up the lawn for black.
Yeah.
You don't. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, it's one of those where you might think, as Pete, you might think that Kyle thinks red is a pioneer for hoop one.
No, definitely. And I think, there's been some nervy play. You don't want to give away any kind of easy-ish break. I think Pete might just wide join here and say to Carl, look, you haven't shown much so far this game, I'm keeping the pressure on.
No, what you see, what Pete will do
No,
is,
he's
as soon as I say,
He's shooting up.
the one thing he won't do is shoot.
I know.
Red won't shoot. I said, didn't I?
It's
Couple of minutes
it's a
ago.
nice target.
What a great view we've got of this.
And it's almost as though they can hear me.
Yeah.
And then they go, well, actually, Keith,
Yeah.
I'm going to make you look silly.
It's literally a
Yeah.
perfect double, but it's like 33 yards
Yeah, this is.
and gives away everything
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
does.
does.
Doesn't it?
It
for,
does.
for either ball,
Yeah.
black or blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's bit of work to do.
Yeah.
But he's making.
It's on target.
It's on a great line.
No,
it's heeled
no,
a
it's
lot
heeled, it's
into the
heeled.
hoop.
It's
Hilled.
Mr. Hoop. Oh no.
That's probably moved
Little.
nearly a yard, I'd
Yeah.
say, at that pace.
Yeah,
Really?
it has.
As much as that?
Yeah.
Was it on target?
At least
to
2
start?
feet.
It's
It
on
was
ta-
absolutely on. It was
on
right
target.
down, coming right down towards us. Yeah.
Does Pete?
But it was travelling. It wasn't as if it was hit softly.
Is Pete? Is that his normal
Second.
strength of shot for Pete? Is he
Yeah,
a
I
big
think
hitter?
so. No, he's not a massive hitter, I wouldn't say. No. As a stroker.
Hmm. So this is a great opportunity.
It's very interesting. The kinks in these shafts are very interesting.
That's a small one, isn't it? I hadn't
It's
noticed, to be
not
honest.
as kinky.
No. So that is good. So
I've lost my source of intel for the 2 games that are still going. So I'm just going to go over and have a look.
Okay, Gareth.
Yeah.
So again, we're left with a dicey boundary shot for blue to travel along.
Well, we've already seen
Two
We've seen
balls.
it.
Two balls go off.
Two balls go off just in this game. So hopefully he's got the message that there's a hill here.
Well, he was looking quite a way south of black there to certainly start blue. This is a big
So
shot.
is he trying to send this to 3?
Yeah, maybe south of 3, and he's underhit it.
He's well,
He's got-
well south of 3, and he's not reached black.
He has got a rush to the yellow ball in the corner.
That's true. Is he looking at that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. It's quite a long way round, isn't it?
Yeah, he's hit it on the wrong
Visiting all the
side.
balls.
Yeah.
And is that close enough?
I
Or will he
think
be wondering if there's a hill at corner 3?
I think the I don't think there's as much hill,
I don't think it's anything
In that
like as bad
corner.
as the hill north of 2.
and he has, although it's just a little bit west of the corner spot, so he's got a little bit more room to play with. So just needs a couple of good shots here, which he needs because he'll probably take off.
I think whatever's happening, you want this to be a good shot.
This has got to be a good shot because black and red are fairly close.
Yeah.
So
And he's kind of committed to this now
Yeah.
because he couldn't really move black away and yellow away, so, and he's absolutely
He's-
fine, is he?
he's only
No,
just.
No, he's gone.
That is so close.
Wow.
He hit
So
that
there
far
is a
too
bit of a
hard.
hill, do you think?
There must be, and that is really unfortunate.
Well, this
So this is the best
Yeah.
opportunity for either of them now. There's 4 balls pretty close to each other, a bit of a rush to 1.
yeah, nothing anywhere near hoop 1.
So they'll be trying to get a ball to hoop 2, which will be the black ball. So he'll rush this close to red, probably somewhere near just north of hoop 2, doing a nice little straight stop shot, loading 2 with black, getting a nice tight rush on red down to 1.
Is that how you'd do it?
I think so.
Or would you prioritise a rush on red?
You'd prioritise the rush on red, but I'd want a ball certainly
Or are you saying,
west of
"Oh,
hoop 6.
I'm that good, I can do both"?
It's a straight stop shot, even if it's you're moving the yellow 3 yards. That'll get the black ball most of the way to 2, wouldn't it?
And you'd do it straight. I mean, he's looking like he's passed up that option, and he's going to be coming down the rush line.
Yeah,
Do you
but
like prefer the straight one going across the rush
If-
line, or
if
the
it-
split going down the rush line?
I'd prefer to go down the rush line, but if it's only from 3 yards, yeah, a bit more down the rush line. I think he's moving yellow too far for my liking here.
Yeah,
It's a good 4.5 yards, isn't it?
yeah.
News from Lawn 2, Kevin Beard is back in and doing a straight double finish.
Oh, that's not good for red.
It's a nightmare for Ed. He
and-
was 21-0 up,
Yeah,
wasn't he?
he was. And news from Lawn 3 is that Dom is making good progress up to 4 back, and with his other ball on 1 back. So Stuart Lawrence
Well-
has had a few chances to close that one out and hasn't.
I can see what Dom's up to. I think he's going round and pegging out Stuart's peg ball. So it would be
Yeah.
1 back and peg against Penalt.
Yep. Yep.
And that's... he's just...
We're not sure of the
I
angle.
know he's
That-
got the... Yeah,
it looks like straight down to Rover, doesn't it? The rush. So it just
Yeah.
needs a cut.
Which do you say you've got say you had a choice between a 1 foot sort of, I don't know, 45-degree cut or a 4 foot dead straight one? Which would you prefer?
I prefer the dead straight one, 4 foot, because you can just swing normally. The trouble with being like a foot away from the ball you're trying to rush is it's quite hard to get the amount of energy in the right direction. You can sometimes whack it far too far.
Yeah, and if you get the angle wrong,
Yep.
either the object ball goes nowhere,
Yeah, and on
or it
the
goes miles too far.
yeah, and on these lawns they're pretty quick, so you just need to concentrate on direction and it will go. It's got a dicey little backwards takeoff here. That looks perfect. Yard hoop. This will calm the nerves if this one goes through. It's off partner ball, so should be relaxed.
Now, do you think he's trying to hold for a rush on red to blue, or was he just happy to make the hoop? He would have been happy to make the hoop.
He hit that far too softly. I think.
It rattled though, didn't it? I mean, he had plenty of line.
I think Black's in a good enough position that you just need to get through the hoop and do a croquet stroke. Getting the rush on the first hoop of your game when it's been nervy.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that it'd be interesting to have sort of heart rate monitors on these two guys at the moment.
Yeah.
It's had all the hallmarks of being a very nervy start.
It was probably the first time these two on camera.
Well, I mean, yellow was nowhere near running it, was
No.
it? Right in the middle. So, Kyle presumably going for red here, because if he was going for yellow, he'd get it watched, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And if he hits this solidly, well, dare I say, he should get a break.
Yeah.
That looked pretty
Looks
solid.
good. That's a
very
great
good.
shot.
Great shot.
And thankfully rushed it all the way to the boundary,
Yeah,
so
no,
he
I
can.
was trying to watch that just to see if I could assess the quality of the strike, and I thought that was a pretty pure strike.
Yeah.
And I think if you get a pure strike, provided you are pointing in the right direction, then you should get a good outcome.
You'd hope so more than ever. A bit like proper golf with the golf clubs and golf balls.
Well, you play golf, don't you?
Well, we both do, Keith.
We both do, yeah.
And if you strike is king in golf is one of the main sayings.
Exactly.
You hit it out the middle, solid. It's going to go vaguely where you want it to. And now Cole's after that excellent shot.
And if you hit off centre, I mean, you can see people hit off centre at croquet, can't you? And the mallet head twists.
Yeah.
And as soon as they make contact, it twists.
And the sound's different as well.
Yeah, and usually it means that the ball's not going to go in the right direction.
No, you're always struggling. When there's no room for error here, if you get a solid hit, you're in with a shout. Unfortunately, Carl almost got the ratios a little bit wrong there. Red is short and black's too far. But he should, after his last hit, he should comfortably hit yellow.
How have you been finding these balls for the croquet stroke ratios?
I struggled yesterday getting the ratios correct.
Yeah, we
really
said
struggled.
On commentary, the front ball seemed to consistently go too far on the bigger shots.
Yeah.
That's a lovely racket.
Yeah.
He's
He didn't want to hit it too far,
that.
did he?
Exactly. He could have made sure of hitting that, and then yellow might have been near the south boundary, but he's had the confidence to just nudge into yellow. Now he's got a really easy hook approach. So, I'll start again. Is he running this to try and get a rush to blue?
No, you just want to
Or
get
does he
through.
just want to get through?
And he tried to get the rush, and
Don't tell me.
he's gone through.
Okay. Oh. Now, they won't know this, but I know this because I was here.
That's why you're lead commentator.
Well, I just so happened I was here early today, and Ian Vincent came over and he said he asked Stephen Allen, who's in charge of the live streaming production here, how he can get in touch with a groundsman. And it turned out the reason he was asking that is because they've actually reset who won. Now Ian's the referee of a tournament, so he went round, he had a feeler gauge
Right.
with him and one of the balls, so he'd obviously found that hoop one was too tight. So he's had it reset. Well, I'm assuming it was too tight.
Yeah.
I don't actually know, but the hoop has been reset today.
Because it was reset in my last game last night for the opponents. The
Right,
other game
it was, wasn't it?
that were
Yes,
playing
you're
secondary
right.
colours, and it was reset.
So maybe somehow this hoop has a tendency to tighten up.
Yeah. I mean,
So this is the second time Kyle's done a sweep
yeah.
after running hoop one. This one,
That's a great shot.
yeah, well done.
Lovely. So that should settle his nerves now. He's got all four balls
Do we
vaguely where he
really
wants
believe
them.
that?
You should do. He's played already this
Well,
morning.
he's got another big split today.
He's coming
He's
down straight down
coming
the
to
red.
and he definitely wants to stay south of it, doesn't he?
That looks
To
good.
go this way. He's got a beautiful line.
Yeah. Just
Hold
needs
the
to
line,
slow down a
hold the
bit.
line, hold the line, okay.
So just needs a little cut rush.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's lovely. So
well, he's eliminated one of the big dangers, isn't he? He won't be sending red off the lawn.
No.
Approaching this hit.
It's dodgy boundary. So do you reckon?
And I think, well, you're saying a dodgy boundary, and you're right, but I think the very slight slopes have been exaggerated for this tournament because they've got the lawn so quick.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think most of the time you would particularly notice. Anyway, so he's made that hoop.
Which ball would you use centre hoop for to Pioneer? I presume he's taken yellow as his Pioneer for 3. So he's rushed red over to blue.
Well, it's not going to be red.
No.
Oh.
So it's good. He'll chip red out a bit and rush blue.
I mean, he had choices there.
Yeah.
To be honest, he could have tapped red and sent it to 4, and then rushed yellow to blue.
Yeah. This is the correct way, I think. Yellow, you need to make off.
You think yellow is better, a better Pioneer? Yeah.
It's closer.
Oh, yeah.
It's
That's
closer.
true.
It's further north. This is the right way to go. I
So,
think. Although he's rushed that a little bit
so
hard, doesn't
he needs to rush blue to have room. He
Yeah.
doesn't need to play this shot.
So that looks a little bit short to get all the way down to 2. Oh, it's
Well,
rolling on.
Have you formed a view on how good he is at stop shots?
No, not at all.
Okay, because I can tell you, having watched Robert Fletcher, this is nowhere near a stop shot for him. He could get blue down to 4 and black would literally move 2 yards.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the same mallet?
No, with Robert Fletcher's
Yeah.
new mallet. Have you seen Robert Fletcher's new mallet?
Is it silver, one with holes in or something?
Yes, yeah. Well, as I was telling the listener early on, I had a chat with Robert yesterday, and he was telling me about some of the design features.
Who made the mallet?
Well, Robert designed it. He's got somebody who made it, and I thought naively that it's a lump of metal and he's taken weight out of it. But what he's actually done, and you'll be interested in this as a golfer, he's sought to maximise the transfer of energy. So
By doing what?
by the design of there's holes behind where the end faces go.
Right.
Holes drilled in the body of the head itself, and then I think the design of the holes, the big holes, taken out to get the weight off. They're not just holes. There's a design element to that as well. So the expression he used was he's created a percussion chamber.
Well, I can't even spell that, so
Yeah.
you'll have to explain that bit as well. Something to do with the air flowing through it or something?
No. I think I'm guessing, and if we had the chat up, we could possibly tap into greater expertise among the listening public. But I thought it might be similar to how a drum might be designed, or a guitar box or something
Right,
like that
yeah.
nature. I don't know, but certainly, I mean, golf clubs, drivers. One of the things they used to talk about, maybe still do, is a trampoline effect.
Yeah,
isn't it?
definitely.
And that's about transfer of energy.
Which is now illegal.
Well, they've had to reduce it. haven't
Yes,
they? Yes.
you can't get rid of it
Well,
totally,
it's
obviously.
the same concept that Robert's going for in the design of his mallet. He
So-
just wants to make sure that as much of the energy that he's put into it is transferred into his ball, the ball he's hitting.
So his
and
stop shot is very good.
His stop shot is very good, but he's not losing. Because the head is light. It's a 2 pound, 8 ounce mallet.
Right.
But because the transfer of energy is so good, he's not found that he has to hit harder. It
And
doesn't feel like he's hitting
Yeah.
harder when he's hitting a single ball stroke.
and what about the roll shots then? Are they any difference in that?
Well, I didn't ask him about that, but watching him play them, he doesn't seem to have any trouble. His feedback was that he's been very pleasantly surprised at how well it's worked. But he had it designed with stop shot ratio in mind.
Yeah.
specifically to get the sort of ratios he felt he needed to do sextuples with Humpty balls.
So it's ball specific almost.
Originally it was ball specific, but you do get a benefit of having a good stop shot with any whichever ball you're playing with.
I went to a wooden mallet purely for the stop shot aspect,
Okay.
but then really struggled with rolls, primarily pass rolls,
Right.
which you do need, but if you're a good player with tight control, it's probably less of a shot to do. But someone certainly like James Death with his old wooden mallet, you can see how good a good stop shot is and how useful it is. I mean, that's if Fletcher were to go on and win this championship, I'm sure he could start making a lot of cash.
Well, he is selling them. They are on the market. It's early days, I think, but yeah, if he wins, I think we'll see a lot of people. But
Definitely.
What I took away from it, apart from not understanding the physics, was that it's an advance in mallet design.
Yeah. Is that good for the game though? Some might argue that even the pre-trimmer, the Pidcocks, have changed the game more into a shooting contest rather than a break play.
I'm loath to try and hold back progress, to be honest.
To the effects that it could be detrimental to the game.
The game is still perfectly playable. It's not got to it anywhere near a stage where one side is bound to win, and it all depends on the toss, for example.
Although interestingly, we've had super advanced rules come in to negate the fact that it was supposed to be easier at certain levels in the UK.
I think the motivation for super advanced was to try and make the game more interactive. The actual playing of the game hasn't changed.
No, not the strokes, but if it's not as interactive,
Anyway,
that would tend to.
Anyway,
Okay, we are digressing, but
we are digressing because we're ignoring the fact that Kyle and the Kyle Maloof fan club will hate us for this, but Kyle is just playing a nice break.
which is why we could transgress, because he was all in control.
Well,
Still in good position
and
here.
He's looking very good. This is a settler. Now I'm prepared to accept that this has got his nerves well under control now.
He's run the last couple of hoops from a foot, which is
Yeah.
perfect. He's got
Yeah.
control out there. He'll rush blue down to near red and put partner at 2 back. I haven't seen any of his play. I don't know what his preferred leave might be. Primarily,
Well, he's got to think about the fact that his blue ball's for hoop 2.
yes, of course it is.
It's always worth remembering that.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's why you're lead, Keith. So, what would be?
Well, I was giving you a coaching tip there as well, mate.
I can do that. So, reverse spread.
No, I think it'd be 1 and 2. I would have if I was having a diagonal spread, which I do like. I would have the normal diagonal spread laying up on the east boundary if I'm for 1 and 2.
Okay.
But I'd reverse it if I was for 3 or 4.
Right. So as long as the ball's open at the peg to rush up to hoop 2, you're good. So yeah, he's settled. He's playing very well now.
He doesn't have to worry about the parity of Pete's balls because they're both the hoop 1.
Yep. Where would you put this? This red ball between 1 back and 2 back, or towards the peg?
We'll get an idea of what he's got in mind, because he could be a Morm standard lead man, or even a new standard lead man. And I'm now going to say this is definitely, we're in M or N SL territory here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd definitely just put red straight to the peg, wouldn't you?
So this will be forcing an oppo ball to lift from hoop 2, where it's going to be left. So a little croquet stroke, just to put it at the side of the hoop.
Yeah, and I think he's planning to put yellow on the wire. Don't you
Yeah.
think?
Although as long as it's
As long as it's hidden from people.
hidden, it doesn't
yeah.
matter, because the odds are it will be lifted.
Yeah.
And it looks pretty hidden already, to be honest. He might just okay red if it is.
Yeah, and you could just leave it, couldn't you? Oh, not happy.
No, just tidy it up
Yeah.
a bit. He's playing very well.
You give yourself a good kicking there when you have it almost or pretty much in a good position, and when you do these two shots and it's no longer in a good position.
Yeah, I think
But that is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like that.
He's got a nice rush down anywhere he wants, really. Got good control at 2 back with blue.
Now, another advantage of this, doing it this way, it's like swapping a pivot after 1 back, because he'll be rushing red down and then he'll be sending red to 3 back from a lot closer to 3 back
Yeah.
than he would have done if he was sending it from near hoop 2.
So he'll just have to take a bit of care because it's quite horizontal. He's got to go just past hoop 1.
Well, you've got to avoid blue and hoop 1. Do you think he's going through the corridor?
No, I think he's going south of hoop 1.
Is he?
He looks just south, doesn't he?
I'm not sure. I can't quite tell, to be honest. Yeah, probably, but well, let's see.
It looks like it from the monitor there. You want to muck around with the ball on the hoop at this stage.
Oh, well south.
Yeah.
And he's judged that nicely, actually.
Yeah, that's good. So, is red going on the back of hoop 4? Or the front of hoop 4?
Would it though? Would you do that?
'Cause that makes the rush quite hard up to
It's,
hoop 2?
Yeah, when yellow is lifted, and say, well, whichever shot it misses, you're rushing red to 2, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's quite hard work.
So you can't put it in the mirrored position of the yellow ball at hoop 2 because the wire comes into place. You just need it slightly off the wire. So a lot of care is going to be needed in the next few shots here.
This is a leave you would be perfectly standard if you were for hoop 1.
Definitely, yes. It's a bit different. Hopefully he's remembered he's for hoop 2.
Because then the red ball, if it didn't get moved, would be a ball you could rush to hoop 1. And that's 14 yards. Rushing it to hoop 2.
Peg in the way.
It's more like 25 yards, 24 yards,
Yeah.
something like that.
I don't know,
With
where-
the peg in the way.
And where's blue going here, Keith?
Oh, okay. I think he's potentially still thinking about a diagonal spread, isn't he?
Yeah.
But he needs control out of 3 back to get that right.
He's clubbed black a bit, is he?
Yeah. That's the first sort of misplayed shot he's
Yeah.
had for a while.
So now he's rushing red away from the hoop, which isn't ideal.
But partly that would be a shot. It's not a standard shot, is it?
No, it's
That split, and I find that the shots that are familiar, they might be big and have split in them, but if they're familiar, they seem a lot easier to play than having to manufacture a shot from a
almost
different
second
position.
nature.
Now somebody's won.
We can't
Well,
see
no,
here. It's the
they haven't
beards.
necessarily won. Ed Duckworth is striding on the lawn.
I think he has
Whether
one
that
because
means he's hit
Kevin's
or
off the lawn. Oh, he's not sure. Anyway,
Well,
we've
Ed has hit, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah,
and
good.
Gareth is sprinting back into the.
Well, I've
To
got.
the booth
I
to
have.
give us
I
an
have
update.
We
news
thought you'd-
from the colonies.
thought you'd got lost, Gareth.
I have news. An absolute classic in the Duckworth Beard game. Kevin was about 4 yards away from the peg. 2 ball, 1 ball ending, and Ed has hit in. His ball's on Rover, so we've got Rover versus peg.
Oh my word!
Yeah, what a game. And then another great game, exactly as you predicted. Dom Nunn's pegged off Stuart Lawrence's peg ball, so we have a game of 1 back and peg versus penultimate on that lawn.
That's why all the crowd aren't looking at the show lawn
Yeah, that's
because
right,
of the other
yeah.
two.
You've summed it up, Gary.
But on this game, unfortunately,
Okay.
Carl has just-
Right, so he's doing a reversed NSL. Yeah?
yes, I haven't seen
Okay.
one of these for a long, long time.
Okay, so,
And why would you do the reverse NSL?
well, because the normal NSL we were discussing
Yeah.
earlier was rubbish.
But then we did think that he might be
Because
putting
here,
the red
well,
at the
here,
peg.
here you can leave a. Yeah, I think that was. We were having a bit of a senior moment there, to be honest, because this actually makes perfect sense.
You're the only senior here. So we'll be laying a rush for
Well, you see,
Blue
he can
on
leave,
black?
Well, he'll leave a rush potentially. Yeah, it'll be a rush for blue on black, and it will be something I think that he could potentially cut to hoop two.
right, but primarily rushing over direction of red.
Yeah, he's sort of leaving a rush on red, but I think he's got half an eye on being able to cut that to hoop two once yellow has disappeared.
So yellow will be moving, we can say. What's the standard shot, or what are the standard options for yellow?
We've got peg versus peg shootout and the Beard Duckworth game.
Yeah. Okay.
Standard
Well,
options for yellow shooting here?
Well, if you're looking for something, well, there are no short shots, are there? Even the short shot, yellow at blue or black, is not a short
No,
shot.
it's 17 yards, isn't it?
So, why not yellow through red? Yellow at red from B-bolt.
Through to corner 4 if it misses.
Yeah,
That would be the safe shot.
I think that's going to be safer, say, than yellow through blue or black to corner 2, because that's just putting yellow right ahead, right in the ballpark for blue's
Yep.
pickup.
So that
Yeah, so Pete's lifted yellow, and he's coming over to near corner 3.
yeah, as you said, the defensive shot. Now, would you think that Pete is still thinking about the glorious opportunity before everyone got going down in corner 2 when he went off? Would that be gone from his mind now? Will he still be
Oh,
thinking I should have?
No, I'd hope that's gone, long gone.
So now it's all about this shot
Yeah.
getting in.
Right, here comes Pete's shot. Big cast, aren't they? But
Hit
not a hard
fairly
shot,
softly.
smooth, and he's
Just
down.
missed.
But he has got down to the corner.
Yep. So be interesting to see where.
Okay, I've got to
This
come
rush
in
is
with some
going.
news here. So
Oh,
both
here we go.
Both Ed and Kevin have had a shot at the peg, both missing. So Kevin's now on the northern boundary after his missed peg shot, and Ed is is more towards the west. So incredible!
Is one of them going to lurk at the peg?
Yeah,
expose
themselves.
near the
Yeah,
peg.
incredible stuff. Absolutely amazing.
Well, if Ed's on the south boundary, you could probably try and get a wiring position, couldn't you?
Okay, so
So that rush looks north of red, which ideally you would have preferred it south. I don't think he'll cut it. Is it? I doubt it's cuttable to the hoop, is it?
I don't think he's going to cut to 2 now. I think he's got a good chance to just rush over and send a pioneer to 3 and get a rush over to 2.
Any thought of rushing over and going down to pick up yellow and getting both oppo balls out?
No.
Okay, straight to red.
Yeah.
And then hit black up
Well,
to hoop 3 and get the rush on red to 2.
The thing is, I don't know how you get. I mean, it'd be hard work, wouldn't it, to go to yellow? I mean, what do you do? I mean, I wouldn't even look at rushing over pioneering 3 and rushing red to yellow either.
Would you not? You just
No.
try and concentrate on getting the rush
Just
on red.
go for pioneering 3 and getting a rush to 2 straight away,
Right.
and probably just settle for.
And that roar is for Ed Duckworth.
Where did he hit from?
Side
From
boundary by the look of
yeah,
it, was it?
from the west boundary.
Nice.
Yeah. But he tickled it because Kevin was
Wow.
on the south boundary and
They're having a
could have got
hug.
it wiring.
How lovely. They've just had a hug. It's good to see having a hug after a great sporting contest like that, isn't it?
So that's good for Ed. Ed is a 2-time Southerns Championship winner a few years ago now, but a very good player. So he'll be very pleased with getting through to the knockout.
No, Kevin's got his money's worth.
He has, hasn't he?
Out of the main event.
He's extracted the marrow from every single one of the last few games.
So Carl's rushed in a position where he can play a croquet stroke, getting a rush to 2, but he can't get black to 3.
No, but he's got a lovely rush
Yeah.
up there. It's good weight and direction. Yeah,
It just flicked the hoop, I think, didn't it?
Flick the hoop.
Yeah, it did.
A little side approach from a yard, but that gives him options to put red where he wants to, getting a rush where
Now,
he
what
wants
would
to.
you do here? What's your plan here?
I would like just to rush a bit north of black after the hoop, and again just ignore yellow. Pick that up probably before
It's
hoop
hard
4.
work going to yellow, isn't it?
Yeah.
For
Oh, he's
Oh,
hit
no.
that far
Oh,
too
no.
softly. We can't tell from our angle, but it looks too far north for it to be runnable.
yeah, he shook his head. So
That's a bit of a let off there.
yeah, that's a massive let off. Cause he's misjudged the split there, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, I mean
I mean,
he's actually sent red a long way and blue's hardly moved.
Right.
So gone back to partner, but this gives 3
This is
shots.
loose now. I think red will play.
Red has got to move because it's the hoop 2 pioneer. But do you shoot at Oppo, join up with partner? Carl's left himself a long rush to 2. That length that you might actually
Well,
hit black
I
instead of
think
blue.
I actually think I would shoot at yellow. It's quite a good one to hit,
It's a very nice one to hit.
and Kyle's not going to do it any better than rushing to 2 from corner 4.
Yeah.
And black still won't be at hoop 3.
And is there any cannon that you could do in hoop 4 that would help you out, or would you just try and get a dolly rush?
The corner 4 cannon when you're for hoop 2.
Yeah, is there one?
No. I mean, definitely. Well, okay. Well, Pete's taking a ultra defensive option.
It is.
Where's he going here?
Somewhere-
Actually, it's not. Okay,
somewhere
it's
in
not
front of-
ultra defensive.
Somewhere
That's
in
a
front of
very-
hoop 1.
Talk me through that one, Gavin.
Well, you're the expert. I'm not. It's a wide join.
It's very wide.
It's
that.
wide.
Yeah, I'm puzzled by that.
I mean, if you're going to go that wide, you could say just outside of corner 1 to be ultra defensive. That was a loud shout from the American contingent.
Yes, I think Stuart Lawrence might have hit in.
It's getting a bit rowdy here at
It
Hurlingham.
is.
I don't know if the members will
Security might be
invite us back. So Carl is playing safely with his black ball. It's slightly too far to rush.
Well, he's not going to make hoops,
No.
is he? So this is going and making a leave. Now it's interesting, isn't it? Pete's passed up the opportunity to have a shot, albeit the shots were long.
Yeah.
I think he's going to find himself with a long shot, but he probably needs to hit in a minute. What do you think?
Yeah, he's rolling.
So we're getting blue safe.
That's a
Nice
nice
lovely roll, isn't it?
Yeah, very
Beautiful
good.
roll.
And I think yellow and red are going to be, well, one of them will be somewhere near hoop 2. Do you think the other one might be?
I would suggest
going-
that yellow would be easy to send up to hoop 2.
Yeah, but probably ideally a bit west of 2. And maybe
Yeah.
red a bit east of 3. Or is there a risk you'll leave red and yellow too close together?
Yeah.
I suppose you get to have a go with yellow first and see where it goes before you decide what to do with red.
Yeah, this needs to go southwest of 2, or would you go slightly northwest?
Level, if it ended up level, I'd be happy. How's
Is it
that
is that soft?
doing? Is red off? Black off?
No, black's okay. Black's good.
Yellow's, I like yellow.
Yellow could be excellent because it gives.
It's actually there is a chance you
Of the
could get
wire.
a red wire,
Yeah.
couldn't you? Well,
There's a handshake on that lawn.
handshake and Stuart Lawrence is
Lawrence
through.
is through.
Lawrence is through.
That was a tough game.
Yeah. So both those games, Kevin Beard, Ed Duckworth, Dominic Nunn, Stuart Lawrence, have basically gone 3 hours.
Exactly, 3
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
So here's quite an important shot, although it looks a little bit trivial. You want both balls vaguely in the exact spots. So red will be coming up, what would you say, east of hoop 3?
Yeah, east of 3.
And black going
And
back
you-
home
you've
towards
got,
blue.
You've got chances that you get a wire, a hoop 2 wire or a hoop 3 wire.
But a big croquet stroke this.
Yeah, that's another big croquet
Yeah.
stroke, isn't it?
So red
Red
is
Stevie.
red is
but
travelling a
he's-
bit, but should be
he's
good.
He's done okay with black, mate. Okay, well I don't think that's a wire.
It's,
Well, it isn't a wire.
it's not a wire, but it's got distance, isn't it, between
Yeah, there's
red
distance,
and yellow, so that's good.
And whichever shot you take, you're going to be joining up, aren't you? So if Peter's got to hit, or he's going to be looking at either a potential finish or at least going a long way behind.
How much do you gentlemen know about Kyle? Kyle and his record?
I know he's the son of David Maloof, and David was the losing finalist in 2016 when he played Stephen Muller, and he went 2-0 up, and he had a standard TP to do, and messed up at hoop 3, I think, and yeah.
They had to change
Stephen-
lawns, didn't they, for the last game?
Oh, really?
They had to go to a lawn that had floodlighting.
Oh,
It lasted
Rather
so
than
long.
trying to come back the next day,
Yeah.
they decided to carry on.
So Carl has come up short on the black there.
Now, is Kyle? Do you know if Kyle is a professional?
I don't know, but it's
I have a
interesting
feeling he
that,
probably is.
His record on the world rankings tables only extends to the last 3 years, so he's only actually played ranking games.
Okay,
in the
how many
last 3
ranking
years.
games has he played?
68,
Okay.
and he's had 10 triples. He reached the final of the USA Nationals, was beaten by Matt Essick in April of this year. So he's obviously rapidly on a great trajectory. But
So
Now, this is interesting here.
Trimmer's going
He's-
very
well,
defensive.
He's taking advantage of the fact that red went quite a long way past hoop 3.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see what he would have done if red was near hoop 3. This rush of Kyle's, where do you think it's pointing? I think it rushes to 2.
No, I think from our position, it
in fact,
looks almost corner one-ish.
sorry, it's not, is it? It's actually.
Oh, he's blue, isn't he?
It's pointed at the east
So it's
boundary.
a reverse rush.
That's very. Do you think that was a mistake?
Yeah.
I think that was a mistake. I'm
So-
embarrassed that I've only just noticed.
This is it's turned into a very tactical game now. Pete is being very defensive.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think, in a sense, quite rightly,
Yeah.
given that
Oh, definitely.
Carl left the rush for his fullback ball.
So Carl,
Okay, so the thing is though,
how does Carl rectify this? And
well, he can make the same.
oh,
leave.
someone with red Lionels. Keith, sorry to interrupt.
Very smartly are
They are.
going. He can recreate the leave, but this time make sure he leaves the rush for blue.
And he's taken off a bit short. This is
Leaving
sweaty.
a little bit of a jittery one.
This is what Trimmer's up trying to get out of his opponent, isn't it? Just these
Yeah.
shots that could be mistakes.
Well, he's gone somewhere where it is, for all intents and purposes, impossible to move both yellow and red.
Yeah, very confident hit there. That was brilliant. But now,
So the leave, you can bring yellow back to roughly where it was,
Yeah.
but you can't improve red.
And then
No,
not.
Pete just does the same thing.
well,
Well,
It
this
might get a
time,
better rush.
This time, blue will have a rush on black, probably up towards corner 3. Okay, well, he's made no effort to get blue close to black.
No.
Which surprises me a little. But
black
he's
looks
just yellowed pretty
vaguely.
well.
Black looks vaguely near the yard line, doesn't it? So he could probably shoot off.
Did he? I didn't see which side he took off from. I don't think he moved black very far
No.
either way, to be honest. So probably doesn't matter. So he'll go. We're thinking he'll go sort of 3 feet south of black.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Whether that leaves a bit of a double, we don't know. With
It's a
red,
long, it's a long double. I mean,
Again.
I don't. No.
yellow wants to move, doesn't
Red's
it?
not on there.
Oh,
Okay.
nearly took out the tea lady.
Yeah, well, we've mentioned it before. This fringe that's just
Balls
a
everywhere.
foot from the stop netting.
Yeah.
You might as well not have stop netting for harder shots.
But then you wouldn't laugh at people tripping over the netting, as they tend to do.
Well,
So, Pete's on again. Pete loves this sort of psychological battle,
well,
though,
he
doesn't he?
does.
He's a thinker.
Yeah, it's good if it works. I'm not sure it's going to work though.
He's a student of the game, isn't he? Or more of a teacher of the game. I've certainly been to some of his 3-ball ending seminars he's done.
Yeah, he's
Very knowledgeable.
yeah. There's a chapter in Beyond Expert Croquet Tactics, written by Pete.
Certainly
on
is.
3-ball endings.
Book is well worth a read. So he is looking at red at the 2 balls.
I see you've got the chat up, Gareth. Is there
Yeah,
anything?
nothing there apart from discussions about better words for finessing.
Right.
What
okay.
better words? That's perfect
Cornering.
English language.
Cornering is a
Labitulate has been proposed.
Oh, okay.
Labitulate essentially translates as to run into a corner and hide.
Ah.
So it seems quite apt.
Coming over to see. It's hard to see whether the peg's in the way of yellow and blue and black.
There'd probably be a good view on there. Yeah.
He seems to be
Pretty similar
gesticulating
view
like
to the one we've got, as
Yeah.
it happens, but
I think there's a bit of a wire there, to be honest.
he's going back to corner one,
Yeah.
isn't he? He's going back to corner one now. This is a test.
Well,
Because if Kyle just rushes straight up to corner 3, Pete's going to look silly.
So could I ask both of you, I mean, when people of my standard play very good players, they will often do this. They'll often play dry and make me make a mistake. What should I be doing as the player of blue and black here to turn the tables on them?
Either be very good
Okay, let's assume that's not going to happen
well-
in the 5 minutes.
you or you dig the balls out and make a lever that they really have to
They have to, yeah.
have to hit.
Yeah, so you've got to get both the balls out.
Yeah. Now Kyle, I think, was probably trying to do that earlier. If you remember, he sent red up.
Yeah, it just went too far,
It
didn't
just
it?
went too far. Yeah.
So that
If red had been at hoop 3 just then, I don't think Pete would have sent yellow to corner 1, to be honest.
So you need a rush to the ball that's already in the corner, so that you can, so that if the opponent then plays dry
you need
into the
a
other
rush,
one.
right? So yellow was at Kyle's hoop.
Yeah.
So the
It was going to move.
suggestion is that ball should move.
Yeah.
So if you leave a rush to the other ball,
Yeah.
then you've got the chance of doing something. Now, I think we've seen people go off this side boundary.
he's looking at making a hoop, isn't he, here, by sending black as his pioneer.
It's one of those where he's pretended that he's trying to get a rush on red, but actually he's not really fully committed to it.
He's left partner.
We've all done it, haven't we?
Oh, all the time. But he's left partner
Well,
in the lawn.
he's trying to make hoops. He's trying to make hoops. Oh, and he has. You're right. It's
I mean, would you be rolling off this?
yeah. I think he's
Give it a go.
definitely going to do that now. I mean, he could have had half an eye to defence and rolled black a further 4 yards, so that it's only 2 yards from that east boundary. Has this got the trip? I think
It's got the legs.
trip. It's got
This
the
is
trip.
looking at slow down. It's got too much.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought that was.
Wow.
If anything, it might be short. When
These
it's set off.
these lawns don't look that quick, but the balls are whizzing by. So at least he's got red nice and deep.
And you see, Pete's loving this because he's already got one ball in a corner.
Yeah.
So where's red going? Because I can guarantee it won't be shooting at blue.
No. Blue
Or black.
blue and black haven't got a proper rush. So this will be corner 4 with this ball.
Or is it a
Well,
wide,
or
or is it a
wide
wide
join.
The
join?
last time he was in this sort of position, he actually put it. He had a ball in corner 4, and he went just east of
1.
one on the
Yeah.
south boundary.
I quite like that position again now, because it means that blue and black have got to come down and long take off and move your balls.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for
He's looking at shooting,
going.
weighing his options up.
I don't think he would shoot this. No, you see. Okay, I don't claim to understand the game, but no, I don't think he'll be shooting
No.
a partner.
He's weighing options up.
I think. Why can't you go? How about going in front of 1 on the south boundary?
Yeah, down there I like. Means
No, he's shooting. You see, I don't get this. Because
It does.
why doesn't Kyle then simply tap black, take off, and assuming he survives that and makes it okay, he's just got to rush to hoop 2.
Yeah, I presume in Pete's mind he's thinking it's a 30-yard takeoff into a dodgy corner.
Well, Pete's going to have a 30-yard take-off, but he's got 2 balls to go to that
Yeah.
are in the line.
That's right, he's missed that.
No, he hasn't. Oh, he has missed it. Yeah, okay. I actually, for a moment, thought it was going to curl back the other way.
Yeah, I think it was on right at the start. We're right down the line, but it did curl a bit. So, do you reset or do you go for the hoop here, Keith? Do you play with blue and tap black and take off down, or
Absolutely, 100%.
so you said that 100%? What are the chances of making hoop 2 here, percentage-wise?
Don't know.
Obviously, a big.
I'd 80 to 90%, I would hope.
So a good take-off is needed.
It's a good take-off. It's making a second roquet in the turn.
Yeah.
It's a hard bit. And then once you've done that, you ought to get an absolutely dolly rush to hoop 2. Now, obviously, they've had problems with hoop 2,
Yeah.
particularly Kyle. So, you know, just because you get the rush to 2 doesn't mean you're going to make it. But
now
if you gave me a 1 foot rush to 2 from corner 1,
even you could do it.
some of the time, surely.
Ooh,
But he's come up
pace on
short.
that, all right.
He's put black. Oh.
Ooh.
I mean, he's got over a ball target because the ball's in kind of
exactly.
ball and a half.
He has. Yeah.
But he needs to make hoop 2.
You need someone to watch it. Yeah.
But he needs to make hoop 2 because black's out in the middle of the lawn, isn't
But
it?
that
now?
was always going to be the case. Wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. I mean, you could have just tapped a bit softer, but you don't want to be missing. So the good doctor on again. He's
Yeah.
been busy
He's
today.
been busy. Yeah.
How many years has Ian Vincent been a ref?
Well, that's a very good question. I don't honestly
That's why I
know
asked
the
it,
answer,
Keith.
but well, Ian was playing before I took up the game, and he was probably a referee at the time I took up the game. So I'm going to say of the order of 45 years.
Cool. Very well respected in the world of croquet. So this is a big shot. If he misses here, it's a trivial pickup for Trimmer.
Well, you give away a corner cannon, don't you?
Yeah. Which in corner 1, even I know which cannon it is. That's a good shot.
Corner 1 cannon.
It is. 4 hoop 1.
4 hoop 1.
Nothing can go wrong. In fact,
Right, so I don't think he moved red.
I don't think he did either.
I think he just picked off yellow. So
But they were in contact, so that must mean they're in contact now.
I think so too.
Good. So placing yellow in contact with red,
Oh.
or is it not?
No, I don't think that's right.
Yes, there we go.
No, I don't think that's right.
Why not?
I'm confused now. Well, it wasn't red. Oh,
No, he hit yellow, didn't he?
yeah, but yellow was a corner ball, wasn't it? Or was it?
Yeah, but it's in contact
Yellow
with
was
red.
a corner ball, and red was on the south boundary.
Well, we've obviously got
Red was on the south boundary.
right. So
And
he's
he's just put yellow
in contact
contact
with
with
red.
north of red. Well, that's an illegal position.
So either we've got it wrong or he has.
Because when he put yellow on, he should have put it on the yellow line. And he could put it either side of red.
Yeah.
But what I thought he did when I was looking initially was he seemed to put it directly north of red.
That's what it looked like from here. We are 40 yards away, but
Yeah. Anyway, Pete's not noticed, so it doesn't matter.
so what's he doing here?
Well, he's yeah. I'm not sure this is. Well, if he gets it right, it's fine because he's going to bring yellow into the game. He set up what I would call a wafer rush, a wafer cannon,
Yeah.
which gives a.
So he was in contact with yellow.
He was taking croquet from yellow,
Yeah.
and in that stroke he's roquet red.
Perfect. I thought he was for hoop 1, you see. I keep forgetting he's for hoop 2. That's perfect. It's like it's
Yeah.
not my day job. So we're now down to one commentator and me.
Right, if you want to scoot up in the seat, Gavin, have you got the eyesight to be able to check on that?
I can't read though.
Oh, that could be a problem.
What's going on? What's yellow name?
Yeah, somebody's gone and he just placed yellow. Yellow needed to be replaced on the corner. Well, that's not strictly correct. He could have placed yellow on the other side of red. But yeah, he did place yellow in the lawn. Anyway, what's he doing now?
He's did a great takeoff. He's run a lovely hoop, and
Yeah.
he's got a rush on red. Back to the lawn.
Now, I've just spotted something else actually, which is another bugbear of mine.
Another one.
Another one,
You've
yeah.
got quite a few, Keith.
Well, he just put that blue ball on, and he was facing the court when he did it.
Oh.
And loads of people do that, but strictly speaking, you should put the ball, when you're putting a ball on the yard line, you should do it with your back to the court. It's a good habit to get into.
It is. It's certainly one.
It's for a start. It's actually more accurate. But there's another reason, and that is, it doesn't really apply here, but sometimes the ball you're putting on the yard line could be in a critical position.
Yes, definitely.
Potentially wired from another ball or something of that nature. And it's just one of those sort of being seen to do the right thing situations. So it just looks a bit dodgy if you're looking into the lawn at the same time that you're putting the ball on the yard line.
Oh, he's just... Again, red is good, but blue has been overhit. Yeah, just looking at the replay.
Yeah, so Gavin's actually got a replay up on the YouTube channel for us. So here he comes. Right.
This is of Carl hitting the yellow into the corner, just to clear up what actually happened after then.
Right, so he got handed the yellow ball by Ian Vincent. And are we going to get a close up?
Meanwhile, Carl has approached
Yeah,
blue
Carl's
very
approached
nicely.
2-3. Right, here we go. He's putting it down. And he's put it on right. He's put it north of red, hasn't he?
That's fine, is it not? Then pick up red. Is that legal?
Well, I don't think it is.
Where should you put yellow?
Well, yellow's got to be on the yard line.
But that was...
Red wasn't in the corner, was it? Red was on the south boundary. Yellow was in the corner.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's nearly on the yard line.
Yeah.
It's about 3 5/8 of an inch.
Yeah.
Away. But anyway,
And move on. He's now...
moving on. He's made 3, and he hasn't got a rush, and he's now choosing to go and get yellow. It's not a bad idea, certainly if it's successful. I don't want to say go and get yellow. What I mean is he's going to croquet yellow, and then he's going to croquet it somewhere useful, going to red, and the useful place I'm going to suggest is Pioneer at hoop 5.
And I see he's left black up near 4 back, so triple peel in mind. Albeit delayed.
Well, yeah, Gareth said he'd done 10 triple peels in, I think he said 68 games.
Yeah. So where's this sort of southwest of the hoop, or just anywhere near hoop 5?
Somewhere south of the hoop, I think. East, or I mean, it's coming east, but that's fine. No, that's pretty good. It's just travelled on
Yeah,
a
certainly
little
good blue.
bit too far. Now, for me, I would not want to have to take off from a ball near 4 back to get a rush on yellow to 5. I'd much rather rush a ball south of yellow and croquet it up to 4 back. How would you play it?
Yeah, black's in a good position, isn't it? So you just want to make sure of hoop 5.
Would you not even move black?
No, I don't think so.
really? I think I would want it closer to 4 back if I could.
Yeah, but then you could be putting a risk of getting a nice rush on yellow to 5.
If you do a takeoff, you might, but I'm thinking rush red up and rush black back south. I would back myself to get black closer to 4 back on a croquet stroke from south of yellow.
But you're now for your croquet shots, Keith. I mean, that is neither here
Well,
nor
not
there,
all of
isn't
them,
it?
because I'm not
No.
fancying a takeoff.
So you're saying a little roll here, getting a rush south on black.
I would actually, I'd at least think about it. It'd be a different ball game if yellow was sort of maybe a yard southeast of 5.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't faze me at all. He's going for the.
So this is the usual route, isn't it, to take
Yeah,
off? But as you say, yellow isn't the
It's
closest
just
pioneer.
that it's not so much making 5. You want to make 5 with control.
Yes. Is red a bit too far east?
Well, it's
You obviously can't do a straight stop shot peel. You have to do
no, you
kind of an
can't.
angled roll.
You can't, but I think it's fine. You
And
see, look at this.
as you
He's
said,
got-
he's
what's
short.
this, a 4-yarder?
Yeah.
It's got a 4-yard. It is pointing in the right direction. But this is one you don't really want to just flick it, do you? Or rush
Right.
it 4 feet north of 5.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. But still, it's not
Yeah,
ideal,
you
is
see,
it?
It's not making 5 with control.
No.
So important there to prioritise approaching hoop 5. It happens at 5 a lot of times in setting up a delayed trip, and when it happens at 3 back, if you're still going and you want to get a rush to penult, he's done pretty well there. Yeah, you see, inevitably he's run that hoop and he's now got a rush away from 4 back.
Yeah, just making sure the hoop. And now you've got this. You've got a big roll here. You want yellow in decent position, don't you? But
Yeah.
you've got to get by black.
Yeah, yellow will. Within 5 yards, you're not too bothered where yellow goes, provided you get blue right. And that's what's happening here. Is this good? Seems
Looks
actually
good,
quite
yeah.
good. Yellow's travelling though.
All the balls are travelling down this north boundary,
Yeah, I
aren't
think it's going to stay on though.
they? It'll
Yeah.
stay on, but there's not a lot of room behind it. So the important thing is to get the rush on red to hoop 6. If you can get the peel, it's a big bonus, but
No, he's given up on the peel.
yeah.
He's sensible. I
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah.
I like this play.
And he's putting
I'll-
black as reception ball, was he?
Well, maybe, but I think he's thinking about getting this break back together.
Keeping the pressure on his opponent.
I mean, you'd much rather be 4 back and peg than 1 back and penult.
For sure, especially against someone who hasn't taken croquet for an hour and a half.
Yeah, good point.
Two breaks up. And with a wayward 1 back pioneer, he's just getting it under control, isn't he? Oh, that's a...
Now, with people who've had trouble with this hoop, believe it or not, he's fine. He's hit that a bit hard though for me, because I thought red to 2 back,
Yeah.
rush black behind yellow,
Yeah.
make sure of a rush to 1 back, just get this break under control.
Which he's in good position to do.
That's not bad actually.
It's fine, just needs black off the boundary. Red's a bit short, but
Well,
if he can get
I
rush.
think he'll be trying to cut it closer to yellow. But he's in fact taking it straight.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's keen to get black, keep black in the break, rather than leave it behind him.
Yeah, he's got a bit of room behind yellow. He's
Keep
played a
going.
nice shot there.
Okay, he's
a little
got
bit short,
bit
but
of a cut. I think he'll cope.
yeah. Yeah, nice shot. So one nice hoop here and he'll get under control again. So will you be thinking about doing any peels here? Or literally just get round to peg and fall back? Give Trim a chance to miss the lift. Are you sending this down to 3 backs? That answers my question, which is good.
Yeah, that takes away any temptation to try and get a full-back peel, doesn't it?
So he's got a lovely
He didn't
rush.
have to do that, did he?
No.
He could just put that as a pivot
Yeah.
and got a rush on yellow
But-
to the west of red.
But red is a long way short of the hoop, so he's just making sure of a tight rush, isn't he, to 2 back.
Yeah, and that's
He's got a lovely shot.
Yeah, that curled. That yellow curled.
Any preference on the leave here, Keith? Assuming he gets round to the peg.
Well, a diagonal spread. Or a reverse diagonal.
Which we all know about now.
Yeah, well.
The reverse, because he's obviously on the
Yeah,
hoop, which is on the east side.
I used to say, oh no, you should do a reverse diagonal spread every time, but I've been persuaded that actually it's just as easy finishing from an ordinary diagonal spread.
Yeah, it's inconsequential, isn't it, really? So he's ran that hoop rather hard. He's got a sweaty 3.5 yarder. But he's playing well enough.
I think you're trying to generate excitement where there potentially isn't any, because I can't see him missing this.
No, or me, but you don't want to be hitting these regularly, do you?
I don't. No.
So he's actually hit it to a space, which is good. He's got enough room to send this to 4
He
back.
could send this to 4 back, couldn't he?
Yes, definitely.
But he would be trying to make sure he gets a rush on yellow to the south of black, so he could sort of, can't get my words out.
Keep
so
all the balls ahead of him.
Well, he could send yellow to 4 back as well,
Yeah.
couldn't he?
Ideally, you do like he's just done on the last hoop is rush yellow kind of near black, so he's got a trivial rush, because you do want a forward rush out of 3 back. Yeah, he's got the pace.
He's done both.
Yeah,
he's done well there.
He's got the pace of these lawns down.
God, that's run on
Yeah.
now, isn't it? Anyway, this is a break to the peg, and the interest will be in what the leave is going to be.
Now you're trying to generate interest. It's going to be a spread.
You think it's going to be a spread, okay. Well, that's what I would do.
What's the other choice? There's a cross peg, which is a spread with the ball close to the peg.
A tight cross peg.
Pretty hard to do, isn't it? If you haven't quite got enough control. So he's in.
Well,
bit of interest now.
Okay,
Looks
because
like
he
a
hasn't.
rush north, doesn't
he
it?
hasn't, yeah, he hasn't got a rush to 3 back. That is.
This is
At this stage.
This is a big shot.
That's careless, really,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Well, we just commented how he's got the pace of the lawn. Both Oppo balls are next to each other. He's got a backward takeoff, which in normal conditions should be easy-ish.
But it was.
But under this pressure,
I'm sorry, I'm not letting him off that easily.
oh, I'm not letting him off. But it's there's some pressure there. He's played it very well.
Yeah, he has played it well.
But again-
I'm not, yeah, it's made it a little bit more difficult needlessly.
Yeah,
That's how
probably
I'd
won't
say
get
it.
forward rush.
Yeah.
So no, another
Good
roll
call.
coming up. So it's just these little shots, isn't it? A little bit of carelessness just
It's the
makes
sort
the
of
next
thing.
shot harder.
If you were playing on a significantly more difficult lawn, or with hoops that are really rock solid, that's the sort of thing that causes a breakdown.
Yeah. Because again, this should be a standard roll, but stuff happens.
Well, I'm going to sound like a broken record to regular viewers, but you should be looking to approach every hoop from in front of the hoop and straight in front of the hoop, so that you're just moving your ball up closer to running position. And if you happen to, you've got a chosen spot you want to land on, but if it goes a little bit too far or a little bit short, you've still got a straight hoop.
And that's hard to do when you put out pioneers like black. I mean, he has got
It's
the option to
harder.
put yellow
I think he should put yellow,
there.
don't you?
But, oh, definitely. Because reds, you can just hit red into
Was
the
he
hoop.
just looking then to see whether he's going? What's he doing here?
I think he's worried about rotating red.
I don't understand. Is he looking to go? Where's he going? He's just going right by yellow.
Yeah.
I'm very confused. That would seem very cautious to me. It's almost like he's trying to peel red,
Yeah.
but red's not partner. Anyway, I'm
I
sure he'll
find
be
these-
fine.
Yeah, these shots, I just don't like them.
I don't like them because you sometimes you can run the hoop and
Yeah.
you can't hit red.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
One of these balls down the rover, probably this one.
I think red. It's got to be red, given that he will need. He needs to get a rush on black to penult,
Yeah.
and he'll be using yellow to do that. And I wouldn't fancy trying to rush yellow somewhere to put it to rover and get a rush on black.
So it's the same mirror image of what he did at one back when he had a Northerly Pioneer.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah,
Rush
he's
it
played
behind.
that pretty well, but again, it's run on, you
Yeah.
see. So
Which is strange because blue hasn't run on. Again, it's that difference in ratios that we're finding.
yeah,
Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah.
that's a nice cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's sort of shaking his head a bit there. I think he knows that he's not quite on it. And he's also, you see, he's got half a mind on getting the leave out, so say he was wanting to leave yellow near the peg, you might be wanting to put yellow there now, and because of the situation of black and where he was taking croquet from, he can only put yellow there.
Yeah. So he's a couple of nice shots to get it back. It's
And
not,
now you see
not the best approach,
it's
is it?
another approach from the side.
All due to not getting the forward rush out of three, which goes back to your careless play before three back, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Again, you should make this hoop, but it's a little bit
Well, I'm sure
harder
he'll
than
make it, but
needs to be.
he's giving himself harder things to do.
Yep, lovely hoop.
Okay, so I think he'll hit yellow, and I think we'll see yellow go near the peg.
And get a rush on black south of red.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
hit
'cause
that
you-
up to the peg as well.
Yeah, and then depending on which side yellow goes and which side black goes, we'll get an idea. We'll get an idea on whether he's making a diagonal spread or a reverse diagonal spread.
What are your thoughts on the vertical spread at this stage if he had control?
I don't have any thoughts on the vertical spread.
You're diagonal man.
Yeah. Vertical spread, just for the uninitiated, is where you leave the opponent balls right in front of six and right in front of rover. It's quite a hard leave to make, and when you mess it up, you give the opponent a 9 or 10 yarder on the lift.
Very good one if you're for penult and peg, for instance. It's quite a forcing leave in one respect,
Yeah, it is.
which
yeah.
is probably why it hasn't been considered for this, because he's for four back.
Yeah.
So set up nicely here.
Right, so
It's actually travelled through quite a bit, that red, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
a yard south.
yeah. So I think that
This looks like an almost red, doesn't
well, I'd like to see him make sure he gets a rush on red back well to the east of yellow. So he's got room to get it.
That looks a bit northwards, that rush. He'll have to cut this a bit, won't he? Or just play it.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a possibility he's actually trying to do a cross peg, a close cross peg, but if he was intending to send, I don't know, maybe he is. Because now he certainly can't send red towards the west boundary, can
He's
he?
not looking too happy with it.
Well, it's...
So, if he's going for the cross peg...
If he was going for the cross peg, it's going to be difficult from here. Because as well as getting the cross peg, he doesn't want... If yellow's going to move on the east of the peg and he's going to lay up on the east side, he can't leave yellow with enough backswing to shoot a blue and black.
So he's looking.
So I think he's essentially, if that's his plan, he's rushed red too far. Because he can't play the split shot, putting red west of the peg, getting a rush on yellow to east of the peg. So he's now put red east of the peg, and he's going to rush yellow west of the peg.
So would you say it's best to rush and then take off to put yellow in position, or would you tap yellow and stop shot yellow into wide position?
No, I'd prefer to rush yellow to a wide spot and then do a thin takeoff to black.
Yeah. Which is what it looks like he's doing.
All this is going miles.
Yeah.
It's going miles.
Because
I don't mind that.
Red's quite a long way north, isn't it?
I think that's sensible.
Yeah.
Actually. So what he was actually trying to do there, and this is going to sound critical as well. I hate being critical.
Of me or Kyle?
No, not of you. Unfortunately, of Kyle, is that he kind of demonstrated through a lot of that turn that he didn't have the control to make the leave he was trying to make.
Yeah.
And he's ended up. I don't think this was the leave he was trying to make.
No, because if red, so he's taking off, so yellow's not going to move far. So if red is moved, it's going to be very hard to finish.
Well, yellow and red are not cross-pegged.
No.
For a start.
Which gives opponent options.
And where's he laying up? Is he laying up so that red's shot to the east boundary is hampered? Because red looks...
Red's north.
Exactly. Exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I think red is north of the centre line.
Which is why you couldn't cross peg. Or you could, but then you'd probably have to go corner 4, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But then that's a 13-yard shot.
Yeah, I think I don't know, where's this going?
Yeah, so now you're rolling balls
I think
somewhere.
we're going towards corner 4.
Rolling them both off. He's calling the referee.
Yeah, so he's definitely leaving a 13-yard shot. I mean,
again, a little bit slack on the takeoff from yellow to. He should have got the rush on black somewhere.
Where was he? Where can he rush to?
Well, he could have rushed down corner 4. Now he's rolling them off.
Oh, sure. Sorry.
You know what
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. Sorry.
No need to apologise. And he's got Mr. Malm.
Yeah, David Malm.
He's there.
Striking a pose.
Yeah, a nice pose it is
Down
too.
there.
He's qualified. He's happy. Probably was walking for lunch and then.
Has he got the referee's bib on?
He hasn't. He's got a blue
Or is that
shirt.
just his blue shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a very wide join, Keith. Does that matter at this stage? Would that make a difference in Trimmer's thought process of what shot to take? Because that is a wide join. Certainly not a rush, is it?
Well, it might make you more likely to do one of two things: shoot at partner, because
Oh, a quick decision's been
he's
made
not
there.
he's not guaranteed to make that roquet. Or what Pete's doing is shooting at the peg ball.
And just giving
So
a single
he's
ball
basically
target
saying
anyway.
I might be a foot away from the peg ball. Are you really going to play the 4-back ball? And the answer's no.
Yeah.
He isn't.
That was a very quick decision, which is strange
Yeah, it
because
was.
every
Well,
decision he's taken has been very well thought out. This was a no-brainer for him. Oh, little refusal. It's a big shot.
Well, yes, I don't think it will be his last shot.
Not with yellow where it is.
No, I don't think it'll be his last shot anyway, because
Yeah.
now he's having second thoughts, of course, and I think he's probably thinking, hang on, what if I take the lift from A bulk and still go at blue, and then going a little bit further away from black?
It must be the the only difference then with that blue couldn't rush red into corner 4, wouldn't it? He'd be rushing northwards if red missed blue, because it would come on north, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, but he gets.
Would
So
Trimmer be thinking about after he's hit what to do, or is he just thinking about the shot? Is he thinking, right, I'll hit and make a leave, or hit and try and go round? Or is he literally just thinking, right, I've got to hit blue?
Well, I'm sure he's got something in mind. But having decided what that might be, I mean, he's now just concentrating on his pre-shot routine for hitting blue. What you shouldn't be doing is going, is shooting at blue the right shot? I'm not sure. Maybe I should go for yellow.
Well, he obviously
Oh.
wasn't. He'd made a decision quick.
He did,
And then during
yes.
his swing, changed his mind. So he obviously wasn't thinking on the shot.
Mm.
So he was thinking, I don't think this is the right shot.
Yeah, he's made this longer, but there's an element of not shortening Black's shot. But I think that there's no way Black's going to play.
Do you not think?
And
Oh,
Red
he's
has
hit.
hit. Excellent.
Good
Oh,
shot.
It's a crowd pleaser.
Yeah.
And I think, and it's a crowd pleaser because, of course, they're going to get more play to watch.
Yeah. I think if he had missed, I think it would have been interesting in that it would have given Black the chance to smack blue into red, promoting red up to his nearest hoop. And then he's got 3-ball break straight away. And if he missed, it would be up in the corner.
You are having a laugh.
No, not at all. Maybe that's why I'm the standard I am. But I think that's an interesting concept.
Who on earth would go...
What's it, 9-yarder for the match?
I think it's 10. I think it's north of 5. It's 9.5 yards to 5. Well, is Black in the corner or is it north?
Just
Might be
north.
it's just a bit north. Okay, well, let's call it a 9-yarder.
Potentially for the match.
Or a 2-footer with the peg ball.
2-footer for, yeah. Anyway, he's
well,
hitting. What's he doing?
Yeah, what's he doing? Well, now, the interesting thing is, what's he doing? Blues.
Blue's going near 1.
Well, blue's going near 1, and then that's inducing blue to move,
Again, it's peg ball.
and it's the peg ball. So, even if blue hits in, he can't win the game. And that's careless.
Did that hit the hoop?
Yeah, blue smashed into hoop 4 somehow. Or smashed into, certainly flicked off it.
Well, more than flick. It's only gone halfway.
Yeah.
So-
Any
Will he be coming up to yellow, or will he just hit
no.
either wire Black from blue and come up to yellow, or will
He's
he
definitely
knock it up to?
definitely 100% he's coming up to yellow.
Is he going to move Black? Looks like it.
He's quite good at these big rolls. He needs to separate blue and black,
Yeah.
doesn't he? And the obvious place to do it given that he's trying to get to yellow with red, is to send black towards 3.
Just looking to see if blue's wide. I don't think it is, but not far away, is it? So this going, what, beyond
Well,
hoop 3?
keep black on the lawn, and try to avoid red smacking into hoop 4, for example.
Or the peg.
Or the peg. And he's managed to miss 4, not
This
by
look-
much.
This
but
looks good.
Yeah,
Right.
this looks pretty good.
Yeah, very nice shot.
Oh, is he going to get a rush on yellow?
Well, that would be a Brucey bonus,
No.
wouldn't it?
Not quite. Good line.
Yeah, very good shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like his second croquet shot for a couple of hours. So lay up with the rush.
Can he get wide?
That's what he's
Can he
looking
get
at.
wide from black?
Through hoop 2, which I think.
What, and leave a rush to black?
Yeah.
I think leave a rush to black and go, you know what, blue's good enough to be a hoop 1 pioneer.
Yeah, definitely.
If you don't move it.
It's quite a big wide spot Peter's got there to find. In theory, blue should move.
I don't think there's a compunction to move blue, to be honest.
No?
Well, I think he probably will move blue. I think if it was Pete, I'd be seeing blue going to corner 4.
Yeah. But we've seen Pete play very defensive all game, more or less.
Yeah.
Looks like he's laying a rush down to 1. Unless he's just going to play straight down the line. Yeah, he is.
Okay, well, by leaving a rush to the hoop, he's giving up any chance of improving black.
Yeah.
Say if blue did just simply go in a corner.
So does this make Kyle's choice of ball play different? Would he be tempted now to play with black and try and finish? Because presumably...
I think blue's going in the corner.
Yeah.
It is. I think he's picked up the wrong mallet.
Just chuck someone's mallet on the floor.
Chuck the mallet
I
away.
think he realised because his one's bent and that was a straight one.
Yeah.
So, pretty good line of play here, I reckon. If you're not going to shoot and be aggressive, this is the...
Well, he's got a big lead, and Pete's not really shown any signs
No.
of being able to do anything.
And he hasn't
So-
gone in the corner there, he's gone out. By
Yeah,
quite a way, actually.
Yeah, I'm not well. I don't think there's a huge benefit from Carl's point of view of not being in the corner.
Just gives a bit more space,
It
sort
gives a
of
bit more
east-west,
space.
doesn't it?
Well, it gives a bit more space for Pete, doesn't it? Anyway, Pete's main priority is to play a good rush now and actually make a hoop.
Yeah.
Get some play, get some lawn time.
And that's the beauty.
He's still well in this game.
Well, that's the beauty with croquet. You do one break and a good leave, opponent misses, you've got a chance to
I mean,
win.
Carl might only get one more shot.
Yeah. You've never lost croquet until the peg out. So that's a good line. A little bit too
Yeah,
hard.
Okay, a little bit too hard, but you know,
Which is what we were talking about before, when you get a 1 foot rush, it's quite hard to judge the pace sometimes.
it is. And those rushes where you're well north of hoop 1, you do know I'm much better off rushing it south than north.
Yes.
And then to make sure that happens, psychologically, you just give it that little bit extra.
Yeah,
don't you?
on the downswing, just a little bit more.
Yeah.
But this is a standard shot here. So good shot by Pete there, straight hoop.
Yeah, and okay, similar question to what I asked the last time he was in front of hoop one. You're trying to get a rush to black or blue?
Well, you've got the option, haven't you, if you go too far.
I thought, well, he's gone for...
Again, it's a nice hoop straight. It's kind of in between both, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's neither one nor the other.
It's a bit
I
disappointing.
think he's just looked at black.
If you're looking at the break, you've got to go to black here, haven't you, really?
Well, it's hard work if you try and rush to blue and you don't manage it.
Yeah.
Because you definitely need a rush on blue up to black if you were doing
Oh,
that.
it's a squirrel.
Yep.
It's a grey one.
Squirrel. Yeah.
Do like
Probably
a squirrel.
looking for something it buried months ago.
What, in Rover?
It does look nice. Looks like a bit of an old squirrel.
Well, his tail's a bit.
Don't
Oh,
look
hello.
very- Or is expecting to be fed?
Well, he's not expecting all these people to be here, that's for sure.
Well,
I think he's just eating because he's very active. He's going to see what Pete's doing now, isn't he?
that is a fat squirrel. I'm going to say.
Too many nuts.
Yeah.
Pete's chased him off, so that's good. Pete's enjoying it as well. A little smile on his face. So, rolling this up to 3, trying to get rush on black to 2.
Yeah. Do you roll it to a good pioneer position, or do you just sort of go, no, I'll just keep it a bit to the east in case I don't get 2?
Depends how confident you are with this shot, doesn't it? If you can feel confident of getting a decent rush to black. The thing against Pete is that he hasn't had much play.
No.
So he may go a bit defensive on this.
Well, he's just moved yellow with his foot to actually send red west of 2.
Yeah. And
So
he's
it's
moved
going
it
back.
back.
Yeah, this has got a measure of defence to it.
But do you then think, because you're now thinking defensively, that you won't quite commit to making the hoop? Do you think this actually means you're less likely to make the hoop?
I don't know.
I think it
He's
does.
got a unique style of playing these rail shots.
Has he?
Yeah, I think so. That's quite a...
No, that's fairly classic, I
Okay,
think.
that's a classic. Pete's got a classic
Yeah, classic.
style for
Yeah.
making roll shots.
And a very good shot too.
Yeah.
As long as he misses red in the hoop with black.
Yeah, he won't be noticing the hoop, will he? As far as he's just rushing this to 2.
Very softly.
Well, again, black jumped slightly.
And this is why he put red there on the other side of the hoop, just in case something like this happened. Well,
Yeah, this is a situation where...
Is he being aggressive here, or is this defensive as well? Is black going to the east of 2?
Yeah, I think he's looking at that. So he's saying, I may not go in front, but let's say I do get in front, I'm gonna be having quite a big split shot
Very
after
hard
2.
shot. It's all about the percentages, isn't it?
But I'm backing myself to do that. Oh, that's gone miles.
Yeah.
That's gone
It's far
miles.
too hard. So, it's actually quite far south. It's a tough hoop.
No, I don't.
Off the ball, off the black ball, which is 4-back with a 4-back pioneer. He doesn't want to miss this if he takes it on.
With red at 4-back.
Yep.
Yeah. No, quite.
It'll be a suicide shot to miss.
Yeah. This is where you take advantage of the fact that you put red to the east of 3.
But I think Pete's thinking if he joins up with red, it's quite attractive still for black to shoot. Could be a game-winning opportunity.
It could be, but what else does he do? Because if he just goes mega defensive and goes off to a corner, and black will shoot at blue, and if he bounces off this hoop to somewhere that black can hit him, then it's game over anyway.
So if Pete doesn't run the hoop, black's got a shot for a potential win because red can't move.
Yeah.
So that's what Pete's thinking about. So he's retiring to red.
I suppose he could fire at, if he can see it, he could fire at red
to knock it off.
to scatter.
Yeah. Which is the shot. He's taking his hat off.
Yeah, so I think he is doing that.
A little scatter shot. Which he's missed.
Yeah, he's missed.
So Carl has got a couple of options, Keith, I imagine.
Yeah, the thing Kyle has to watch out for here is thinking that Pete can't play the game. You know, you sort of think it doesn't matter what I do. This guy's, for whatever reason, this guy's having a mare.
Yeah.
And at this level, people can look like that and suddenly click in, and you know, he may only have one more shot.
Yeah.
Now,
Well,
he's taking his shot for the match.
yeah.
Well, he's taking one of his shots for the match, I think. And I think this is quite a good one.
Hits, he's got a good chance. He's after it. No, it's missed by a long way.
But the thing is, what does Pete do? Well, Pete doesn't play yellow, or does he play yellow? There's an argument for not playing yellow here.
Both lines of play are fairly similar, aren't they? He's going to hit partner.
Well, he's either going to hit yellow with red, or red with yellow.
Yeah, but then put whichever ball he's hit as a pioneer going down to the other two.
Yeah.
And making whatever hoop.
It's just that if he plays red, the rush to 1 is a lot easier from blue and black than the rush to 2.
Yeah.
is. So I think he's quite sensible playing red here.
And he's not bothered about being on hoop 2 for his other ball, as long as he gets round with red.
Yeah. So I think we'll see him play a squarish split shot.
To load yellow up to the hoop.
Yeah.
And go down to oppos. Any ball in particular? Oh, now we've been joined by
an
actual expert.
Yeah.
Compared to me and Keith.
A World Championship bronze medalist in the shape of Marcus Evans. Welcome, Marcus.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I've never been called an actual expert before, but thank you anyway. Especially not in the context of you two gentlemen. So,
Oh, he's a comedian as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
that wasn't intentional. I'm not quite sure what... Unintentional comedy is often the best.
So he's gone for the square split, and he's done a decent job with yellow. How are we feeling about red?
Sweaty, Keith.
Yeah.
Very sweaty.
I'm with you. Thoughts, Marcus?
I think this is a sweaty shot in a club block game. When it's your last shot to stay in the World Championship, sweaty doesn't begin to cover it.
Yeah, and he's aware that we're going to get
But it's
people walking down his line any second now. I know, maybe not. No, they've veered off.
But this wouldn't be the light if Carl needs to win 2 games, doesn't he?
That is a good point. Are you up to speed with the format?
I've forgotten it was the old...
Just as well, because that's one potential.
So the loser is not out, is that?
No.
Yeah, so this was a 3 for 2
Right.
playoff, and Pete was the map, the favoured player who gets the bye, because within their sort of mini block within the block, Pete beat both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So he got the bye. Blake played Kyle. Winner goes through.
Yeah.
And Blake won. So, and then Kyle plays Pete. If Kyle wins, they play again. If Pete wins, Pete goes through.
Right. Yeah.
Because
So
Carl
obviously
have
the
lost
if the
two.
second time, the winner of that game goes through.
Yeah. So Carl has to beat Pete twice because he's
Yes.
already had a chance of beating Blake.
Yes.
Yeah,
So it's as fair as you can make it in 2 rounds, I believe.
He's basically 1-0 down in a 1-0
1-0 down,
down
in
in best of 3
Yeah.
is Carl.
Yeah.
So yeah, if whoever gets 2 losses in a row is out,
Yeah.
basically, which is where we are. Right, thank you for that reminder. So
Well, that's why we're the experts, Marcus.
that would have made it. Yeah, exactly. That would have made Pete's shot slightly less sweaty. Forgive me
I'm
for.
not sure Pete would have had that in his mind, would
No.
he? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if I miss this. I've still got game 2.
Well, I think Pete's quite good at putting all sorts of negative thoughts out of his mind and just being extremely single-minded and focusing on the shot. In that instance, it
Have
didn't
you
work.
played Pete many times? Because he used
Yeah.
to be a member at Bristol, didn't he?
I was a member at Bristol for a brief time. I think Pete was at the same time.
Yeah.
We didn't play that much at Bristol, but we, both being from the southwest of England, we've coincided in quite a few tournaments over the years at Cheltenham and Parkston and all that sort of thing.
Carl really struggled with the pace of the lawn there. He overhit his rush, and then he's hit a really soft croquet stroke.
He looked a bit the wrong ratio as well, given where both balls ended up. Didn't it?
Yeah, which is surprising because he played well. So now he's got
But he is under pressure, as we've
there's
just
a
established.
lot of pressure here because he
Yeah.
needs to win this game.
But he is a very long way in front, and having the
Well-
points on the board is always good.
Well, one good approach here.
Yeah, but
It should still be game over, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not easy on these lawns.
not from straight to
I
the
expect
side.
they've, looking at the stripes that's been freshly cut this morning, I would suggest.
That's a
bit
good
shy.
shot.
It's a bit shy, I would say, looking at the camera. From where we're sitting, it's very hard to tell. But
Do they get cut every day? Do you know?
I don't know,
No,
but
I don't know
it looks
either,
to me
but-
like there are fresh lawnmower stripes
Yeah.
going up and down. So that camera angle there we've got is perfect to show how difficult a hoop shot this will be.
Yes, they have been. We get a
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
message from the director.
So I haven't been to Roehampton yet.
Oh, it's lovely.
Oh, good.
Absolutely
It usually is.
stunning,
Always
yeah.
has been whenever I've been. So I suspect their lawns are probably a bit faster than here.
They are faster.
But other than that, these are probably the fastest in use for the
Yep.
tournament.
Oh.
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 He's,
Oh.
well,
Actually, I thought he was in front there.
He
Well, at
was,
least
but if,
worth a go.
it was
But
45 degrees, I would suggest.
Oh, was it?
And if you miss
Okay.
Pioneers at yellow hoop,
So he's sort of, I presume, he's trying to guard the boundary here.
yeah,
Although it's not particularly well guarded if yellow shoots at blue, I would think. That would be another sweaty shot, wouldn't it, if black turned round and shot it where yellow might end up. Pete's wandering over to have a look.
this has got a lot of play in this game still, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Sorry,
Yeah,
the
I
game has been
think
going for over 2 hours already at this point, is that what that
Yeah,
indicates?
we're talking. This has got hours in it, hasn't it?
Well, another thing
I'm
Pete,
actually slightly surprised that it's 2 hours 10. The first game was an hour and it was 27, maybe, on this lawn.
so
It was a TP, but
Trimmer's looking at where he'd
But
miss
yeah, this
if-
is-
on the boundary and seeing what that looks like from Black's point of view,
correct.
which is about equidistance between black and blue as we see it. Is that worth it?
That's the first thing he's got to decide
Yeah.
is this is
Well-
a 15-yard shot or so with yellow, isn't it?
it is.
Which he'll be probably thinking he's slightly under 50% success rate.
If he hits with yellow, he should go round in theory.
That's it. It's a
So
big gain.
He could hit red with yellow.
He could. Much longer shot to begin with,
It is.
but it could be the percentage play.
Well,
Because because it's much harder for Blake should he miss.
Kyle, even. But yeah.
It's even harder for Blake because he's not playing.
And
Blake's having a great time.
is this
I'm sure.
He's enjoying the fact that he's qualified as a 17-year-old for the knockout of the World Championship.
is this
Absolutely.
compulsory to shoot? If you're a trimmer?
Well, given the other things he's been doing, I don't think anything is compulsory, is it?
So yeah,
You think a possible cheeky little wide join? Maybe
I don't think
one
it's well. Also, you could consider
South boundary somewhere?
somewhere near A bulk, because of course if Blake were to make 4-back
or Kyle.
or Kyle,
Really hard for Blake to make 4-back.
it's in. If Kyle were to make 4-back, of course he can seize a lift. So
Oh well, his decision's made. This is a much easier finish.
Yes.
I think, if he misses
Very much so.
than if he misses red.
it is, provided you hit the ball on the boundary. But
Yes.
as Gavin said earlier, this is also high reward if you hit it. And he may have concluded,
Great
He has
shot.
hit it.
And he,
Crowd goes
he would have
wild,
concluded,
yeah.
I'm not going to get a better chance than this by doing something else. So,
Yeah.
Pete needs to find his game quickly. I don't know how much you've seen Marcus, but so far he's failed to hit one. How did he not get there? What did he do that meant it? He misapproached two, didn't he, basically?
I've literally forgotten, it's been so long.
I only seen him misapproach shoot 2 on his previous
Yeah.
attempt. That's as far as when I came
He-
in.
The first,
Well, he had a long passage there was a long passage of play where essentially Pete was just cornering.
yeah, he did lob a hoop one into the centre, didn't he?
Yeah, he did that one.
Carl knocked it out, so he's got a very good chance here. Okay, rush on blue. He's got a bit of work to do. Just needs to get a couple of hoops, settle himself down.
The thing, okay, he's fine there, but we've noticed, not just today, but over the course of the whole tournament, the number of times people have been sort of 6 feet in front of 2 approaching it and just sent the front ball off the wall.
Yeah,
Yeah?
There's a significant.
north boundary
You
is
think
sloping.
it's just going to stop and then whoosh.
I think I did that twice on lawn 3 on Sunday,
Okay.
and then the third time it was going off, but it hit a couple of leaves, which just about slowed it down enough, because the leaves were presumably have a slightly higher coefficient of friction than grass, so that was handy. See, even
That's
there,
fine.
yeah,
That's
well,
fine.
that's
But
perfect.
it was almost impossible to put it off because he was that close. But even so, it's a much better stop shot than you'd often be able to achieve, isn't it? Due to the high quality of the surface. So
yeah, I think the lawns are the best I've seen them, actually.
yeah.
I've been coming here over 40 years.
Well, it also occurred to me this morning, as I was coming down, that I'm biased being from England, but I think a lot of people would say London is one of the best tourist cities in the world. And instead of going to the British Museum or the Tate Modern or Houses of Parliament or any of the myriad attractions available, here we are watching the playoffs of the Croquet World Championship. And similarly, if you're watching this from home, instead of the delights of this morning or Steph's packed lunch, or whatever it's called, presumably
What are you on about,
other
Marcus?
broadcasters are available. But you're here watching this play out, and that's a testament to what a standard of entertainment I think is being put on by the players.
Well, it's good now that you can actually even watch this stuff live.
It's amazing, isn't it?
A few
I mean,
years ago, it was
well,
just through text commentary.
Oh, and then before that, you'd read about it in the Croquet Gazette months later.
Or the Telegraph, I heard last
Well,
night. All
yeah.
the results used to go in.
Yeah, all the results used to go in.
Occasionally, and I believe back in the day, and Keith may remember the days
Go
of
on.
this,
In the days of yore.
the days of I think occasionally players would not necessarily inform their employer that they were taking a few days off to play some croquet, and so they would enter under an assumed name,
Yeah.
so that when it did get reported in the Telegraph, they wouldn't catch on. And
I believe the CA had a little levy if you wanted to use a pseudonym,
that's right, yes.
which Robin Brown told me last night. We were having the same talk, which I found fascinating.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah.
Did you have an assumed name, Keith, in those days?
Quite a few, but not croquet related.
Hey,
Nothing broadcastable. That's good.
thank you.
Right, so Keith is safely through hoop 3, but he's
Keith's nowhere near hoop 3.
no, nor is
Nor is Blake.
Lewis Blake. No.
Maybe you could play Blake for us later, Keith, and get the hang of who's who.
So Trimmer couldn't get his black Pioneer down to hoop 4.
So, so I assume this is going to 5.
Yep. Getting a
He's-
rush
he's
on
been-
black.
Are you getting a rush to 4? Oh, no, you're not.
Massively overhit it.
I think that's a miss hit. I think he's missed it.
No, because his clubs blew a long way past 5. I think that was just a bad
Just
shot.
overhit both balls by a couple of yards, yeah.
Now he's in a lot of trouble here. You're either rolling to the hoop from 10 yards or you're going down to red playing some kind of shot to get in front of 4.
So there is a defensive option of just roquet black to nowhere in particular, take off the partner in corner 4 and then approach hoop 4 from the corner, which has keeps both of your balls a bit further away from blue and black.
Would that be a roll out of
Blues.
corner 4 or
Blue's not far away though, is it?
No, albeit that's the ball he's slightly less worried about, because if
Yes.
Carl hits with blue, Pete will still get another shot at least. So I think that's my guess is that's what he'll do. You can be more aggressive, but I'd suggest it's not the position for it.
I would say he's rolling black down near red
He is,
and then
right?
doing
I think black's going to be his reception ball.
a drive approach from the corner, sending red up the lawn.
Well, that does then give you the option of joining red if you don't get in front of your hoop, yes.
Yeah.
And leaves a slightly longer and riskier shot for the
But
opponent.
this is poor. Generally.
That was just one
given
bad
the
shot,
position
wasn't it?
he was in after he made 2.
He had a
he's
rush and he
gonna
had
be
a ball in the middle of the
disappointed.
lawn, yeah.
Going to be
exactly.
disappointed to be here doing this.
Yeah, he hasn't played well yet,
No.
but as you say, he can turn it on.
He's just the
That's-
sort of player that
Black
can.
speedy.
That's
Black is
fine.
speedy.
It's fine.
that's fine.
Yeah,
great.
it's fine. It's in the yard line.
Yeah. No danger of going off.
Pete's certainly the type of player who can spend 2 hours of a game playing himself in and then
And
just
he's not
put it out.
fazed by it.
No,
He just
very good at that.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing about the World Championships is they're not timed games,
Yes.
because
Yeah.
that opens up a whole can of worms on tactics and stuff. This is just who gets the 26 points first.
And the manager, of course, is completely impartial as far as results are concerned. But having said that, I suspect he'll be quite keen for Pete to win this game ultimately, so that he's, or if not, to lose quickly. What he doesn't want is Pete to get to peg
Well-
and peg, and then Kyle to win, so they have to play a third.
Oh, I don't know.
When-
I think
when
the crowd
is,
would like a third.
When's the draw?
Well, when these games are finished.
Immediately after? Or
Well,
is there not a scheduled time? I don't know.
I think it's all a bit unclear, but I presume the plan is to have the draw at 7 o'clock, which is when the barbecue event starts. So the timing of the barbecue event is dictated by the catering team at Hurling. Obviously, that's been decided several weeks in advance. And because I think a lot of players who are in the draw probably won't come until nearer that time, you can't do the draw much before then, I would suggest.
Well, he's done well there.
He's done a very good shot.
He's done well there.
Straight hoop.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, a bit of a sweaty hoop.
2 yards straight, is it, would you say?
I think he'll smooth this through to the boundary.
Well, he's not a big hitter, is he? I think smoothing it, getting a nice roll on it.
Yeah.
No, I think. I mean,
Some players
he-
would thrash this at top speed,
Yeah.
wouldn't they? He won't, as you said.
No,
Yeah.
Well, thrashing hasn't seemed to work terribly well from what we've seen. A firm but smooth rolling ball. You want the ball rolling when it gets to the hoop.
Correct, which it won't do if you hit it too hard.
Ideally, not hit the
You
hoop.
see,
just like that.
Yeah,
that.
perfect.
That's fine.
So a couple of big shots there.
Well, we've got another
Got him out
big
of
shot.
trouble.
I think we've got another big shot
Yeah,
because he needs a pioneer at 6, and he needs to get west of blue.
If he gets yellow to the west of blue in the next croquet stroke, then he should be all right.
Well,
So
yeah, it
that's-
should be. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I agree with that. The problem though is he's coming from well east of it, and you're aware that you mustn't hit blue.
even that wouldn't be a disaster on these lawns.
Well,
It's a sweaty approach, but it's very makeable. You've just got to trust your ability and judgment.
So would you be bringing black into the game, or
Oh yeah,
yeah,
100%. Yeah, black's coming to 6.
Because if you don't, I think it's much harder to get a good leave, and ultimately, it's not much good to Pete to get to 4 back but have a ropey leave, because Kyle, I suspect, is a good shot. I've not actually seen him play other than the couple of shots this game, but almost regardless of that, whether he's shooting well or not, you don't want to be giving him a 10-11 yard shot when it should be 17 plus, do you?
Yeah.
So, as I say, leaving black in the corner now, although it makes getting to the right side of blue much more likely, it harms him in the long run. He's a bit south, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I think that's partly caused by not wanting to hit blue. So you make sure.
he really wants to
Make
hit
sure
blue
you're
now
right.
though.
He does.
Yeah, he does now. Yes.
Yeah.
And the problem is, if he does, he's so far south that blue might end up a yard dead north of hoop 5, which is not a very good place to be approaching it from. From this distance, he won't be gambling on too much of a cut rush, I don't think.
Just
He'll
trickle it
just be
centre
hitting
ball.
Trickle
No,
it,
it's trickle in.
trickle at centre ball, and settle for being 1 yard northwest of
So
blue.
he's already got a pioneer at 1 back. So he's not
Yeah.
necessarily that fussed about getting
The
a rush out of
expert,
his
1
head.
yard north. It's
It's-
unbelievable,
well,
Marcus.
Well,
he's-
that's
he's
1
to
yard
the
north
side,
northwest.
though.
I said 1
He's-
yard northwest. He's northwest, which is
I think
it's
he's
okay.
fine.
It is okay. Yeah.
6:30 is the draw, apparently.
Thank you.
Richard Hilditch, who's a
Well,
esteemed
hello,
manager,
Richard.
manager and player.
Yes. Bit of a mentor for me back in the day.
So he's to blame.
Largely, I would say, yes, knowing them both, yeah. Do you think we'll see him at the venue later in the week, Keith?
I'm hoping he will be.
Yeah, well, perhaps he'll tell us in the comments. I mean, good approach from Pete.
Yeah. Pete, also known as Pistol Pete, which I presume is due to his Stetson, is it?
I think it's just the alliteration.
Oh, right. Is he a straight shooter?
Well,
He is.
He's certainly a straight hoop runner there.
Oh, right.
That wasn't
Okay,
ideal.
well,
It's not, no, is it?
Yes,
What that shot shows you is he's still very much feeling the pressure,
very nervous, just wants to make the hoop, didn't he?
even though it was off the blue ball, which is, as I said, the less dangerous one from his point of view. So this is going to make it harder to make hoop 6. He's had to rush his hoop 6 pioneer away. So he'll now be probably doing a takeoff. No, he's doing a roll. So he's again going for what you might call an advanced. Some people call this a pilot ball, I think, don't they? When you send a ball to your next but one hoop. If you see
I
what
think
I mean.
no. I think the pilot ball. You put a pioneer, and then as soon as you run your next tube, it becomes the pilot ball.
Oh, okay. Maybe terminology differs. Mine obviously
I
does.
don't think pilot ball is really used now, but I think when it was, that's what it was.
Well, anyway, an advanced pioneer for 2 back.
Why would you be rolling black down there when you can't guarantee your rush on blue up to red, which is surely what you
To
want?
be honest, I'm surprised he didn't just approach 6 while he was there.
He was a long way away.
Well, he was
It was
a
a
long
good
way
5
away,
yards
but
from it.
I'm
So
not
he'll be
convinced he's getting closer.
that's the whole thing, isn't it? He'll be expecting to be able to rush red closer than 5 yards,
Okay.
and I think he
We'll
still
see.
will. I'm surprised. I would
what's
not have
going
played
on?
a roll shot with black myself, because I think my takeoffs are much more accurate than my roll shots. Pete, of course, may feel the other way around, but so he's playing another roll shot, which obviously is to
He's
get blue
playing
away
another
from
roll
black.
shot.
Well, he's got to load 1 back now, hasn't he? Because he's
Yes.
going to use red as for 6.
So this is much more reasonable to choose a roll shot here.
But surely a takeoff to get a rush on blue to red.
Yeah,
So
I
then
would have
rush would have
preferred
been-
that myself.
Well, then you're leaving blue and red together.
It's short.
There's an element of don't do this at home. It is short, but it's only just short.
Not as much as I thought it might have been,
No.
correct. Now, what do you
Well-
do with this? Do you try to rush it to perfect position?
I don't think you can. I think you can certainly left centre and cut it.
Well, it's one of those where if you do try and rush it to perfect position and then you centre ball it, then it's over at hoop 3, isn't it?
Precisely.
So
That's a great example, isn't it, Keith, of something we discussed before, is you've got to consider what are the possible bad outcomes if the stroke doesn't go perfectly. So you first got to consider, well, what's the ideal outcome? That's always fine to think about, but then it's usually worth thinking about, well, if I'm slightly off centre with my aim, what could happen? And my hoop 3 is worse than 3 yards northwest of hoop 6, which is much easier to rush to. So, he'll be well aware of all this. So even in the unlikely event he can hear us, this won't be affecting his decision making.
Well, yeah, and so with that in mind, you're trying to play down the perfect line to somewhere that's going to still be west of 6, and if you do undercut it, you might be northeast.
Yeah.
Where's my back?
I don't know if some viewers may or may not be aware, but Pete does have a bit of a reputation as Lucky Pete as well. I don't think that's his official nickname, but
No, it's definitely Pistol.
yeah. Well, in as much as anything is official anyway. But he is, I would say, known for having some luck, perhaps a bit above the average.
Oh, okay.
The most famous example was probably in the Worlds here 10 years ago. I was playing a knockout match against my friend Christian Chambers, and Christian had pegged Pete out. Pete was up.
He's rushed it to where he was looking before.
Yeah, I think he's deemed that acceptable.
Yeah.
He's just off the centre line of the middle hoops, I believe, so you have a tiny bit of angle to work with on the takeoff, which is very useful.
Well, this will be interesting because there's a noticeable west to east.
Richard Hilditch can't make it this week, which is...
West to east.
Oh no, you
up
can.
and out.
We might see Richard. Hopefully.
So one thing in Pete's favour here, similar to previously, is he's already got a reasonable pioneer at 2 back, so he doesn't need a rush after hoop 6.
Absolutely. Well, he's in the same position.
And that's a
Well,
pretty
he
good
made
shot.
5. But
Yeah. That's a good
So
shot.
he's pulling it together.
Yeah, he's done that pretty well.
He had it all together and then ran hoop 5 by 10 yards.
Exactly. One shot sort of destroyed everything. Isn't
But
it?
if he runs this hoop
One
by
good
10 yards, he'll probably be alright,
Yeah.
as long as he hits the return.
You'd prefer to run it by about 5 yards, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, ideally do hoop and roquet.
Oh, lovely.
It's pretty good.
Didn't
Yeah,
even
that's
touch the
pretty good.
sides.
We'll take that.
It's rolled on again, hasn't it? It's a longer shot than you would have ideally wanted. But every hoop you run, your confidence just creeps up slightly. I think, right, I can do this. I'm hitting the ball straight. I've hit 2, 6, 5 hoops in a row now.
That hardly touched the sides, did it?
How hard's he doing this?
Not hard.
You think he's ignoring black? Not going anywhere near black?
I would ignore black, yeah.
I think he's...
Because again,
I'm not sure. Okay, it's just a smooth one.
It's going to be
This is going to be an interesting
It's a
takeoff,
tough
isn't
takeoff
it?
because you're coming straight down the line.
it's a hoop in play,
The hoop's in play and blue's in play.
and it's quick in this corner.
And it's very quick in this corner.
The boundary is in play.
But I think, again, looking at that last shot, some players might have chosen to try and smash that to the south boundary and then think, I might even cut it to near black and I've got a simple roll shot. But again, if it goes badly and you cut it to the middle of the east boundary or corner 4,
What do you do from there?
yeah, very, very difficult shot. So I think he's played the percentages there. And yeah, once again we find ourselves saying, one good shot, and
Well,
he's in control.
Yeah, and the good shot could have been... I mean, it was a difficult shot that he actually played, but he got a pretty good outcome when he rolled blue there. But if blue wasn't quite there, if it was 2 yards, 3 yards south of there, this would be a lot easier.
It would. But equally, if he fails to get, he won't be risking going anywhere near the boundary line to get a rush. He'll sort of his margin for error here. Well, he's got quite a lot of margin for error, but he'll be thinking the worst case scenario is I finish level with blue and don't get a rush. I'm aiming to go 2 yards past.
That is quick.
If I hit it 2 yards too far,
Well, I think
that's the worst possible, pretty much.
well,
Because he's rushed it another 4 or 5 feet away.
Yeah. Don't think it's going off.
No.
This is a tough shot though.
Again, a bit disappointed. He'll be disappointed with that on a thin takeoff. He's either misjudged the line or he's got some hill, which I didn't see.
Where are you putting blue?
Well,
You're stamping it down the...
looks like quite deep.
Because you don't know what hoop shot you're going to have yet.
I think you put blue with whatever shot gets you in front of the hoop with yellow.
I agree.
If that's a drive or roll.
It's a sort of half roll thing.
Get
my word.
Very short.
No. Well, it is short. I thought it was starting to...
It's too angled.
No, he's got to try that.
You think?
At this stage, yeah,
Okay.
I think he'll try
Okay.
this. It's off blue, so
You've got no defensive option.
So
With red in the middle of the lawn.
So it's off the peg ball. Pete doesn't look happy with it.
I'm going to leave you gentlemen to it for a little while.
Okay.
I'll just give myself a break.
Give us a break.
For the Tate Modern. British Museum for the afternoon. Okay.
No, I'll be around. Can't tear myself away from this exciting croquet. Because
Well, of course, this event is a bit like the British Museum of Croquet Players, isn't it? Because most of us have been around for some time.
So he's taking it on.
I think it's the right decision. And these hoops are still relatively easy. You've just got to play it smoothly. If you hit it hard, probably won't go through.
Great
Super
shot.
shot.
Great shot.
Yeah, deserved applause from the crowd.
Yeah. That was a precious shot. Although it was off the peg ball, it means he just needs the 2 hoops now and a leave.
Yeah. So
Will he be thinking about a leave now, Marcus?
yeah, now he definitely will, because he'll now feel this is. Black is probably the best pioneer he's had in this break.
Yep,
It's not
agreed.
perfect, but it's much better than everything else he's had. So again, he'll be looking for one good shot to put blue to 3 back and get a rush on red. But if he doesn't get a rush on red, he should still be okay.
He can take off down there, can't he?
I think he'd probably roll them down, but it's a much easier roll than the ones
Yeah.
he's had to play so far. And he'll probably be feeling he's now got some measure of the speed and how he's playing the shot. So I would back him to be in fairly tight position at 2 back, again, much tighter than what he's managed. And if so, again, that just goes to show how important having good pioneers is in your break.
Yeah. You can do stuff after the hoop with a good pioneer, can't you?
Yeah. So
What are the leave options? Let's say that Trimmer's going to us 2 hoops.
yeah,
So he's got black on 4 back and blue on peg.
so there's a saying in croquet, I think it's due to Chris Clark, which is a diagonal spread is never wrong.
Right.
So that is always a starting point. And
And any parity with that? Does it matter?
very little. That's its weakness, I would say. So what you can do if you made a spread would be to leave the black ball by the peg and the blue ball over towards hoop 2, because black is the ball Kyle wishes to play. So Kyle would almost certainly lift the black in that situation, but that would be lifting the ball that's nearest Kyle's hoop. Whereas if you had the blue ball by the peg, that will probably rush the 4 back.
Yep.
So if you're doing a spread, you definitely would put some effort in to do it that way around.
Okay.
And he may choose to do that.
Which is in the right parity with the balls to put black at peg at the moment.
Yes, he is. Yeah, which is probably more by luck than design.
Yep.
Because up until this point, he's just been focusing on getting the next
Yep.
2, which quite rightly. Now, I personally prefer, I think a slightly stronger option if you can do it, is the new standard leave, NSL, where you would want to, again, have the balls a certain way. You would want to leave the blue ball by hoop 4, because again, Kyle will want to be playing the black.
Yep.
If you leave the blue ball by hoop 4, any shot that Kyle takes with black would potentially give Pete a chance for a standard triple immediately. And again, he's got the polarity of the balls correct for that option.
Yep. Any other leaves? Just those 2 primarily.
I think at this stage I wouldn't be considering anything else. Both of those leaves should result in a 17-yard shot for Kyle.
And a good chance for you to pick up a...
Pick up a break immediately, and in the case of the NSL, hopefully a standard triple, but with the diagonal spread, hopefully a delayed triple. Now, given the way Pete's been playing, I'm sure he'd rather have the opportunity for a standard triple if he
Yep.
can. However, he seems to be putting black to the peg, so that suggests to me he's going for a diagonal spread, which is as I say, perfectly fine option. For me personally, I rarely make diagonal spreads, so I'd definitely be going for the NSL because that's the leave I nearly always try and make anyway.
And do you know what Trimmer's normal leave is? Is that a spread?
I believe so. Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Right. Okay. So another option we've completely forgotten to mention is Trimmer goes to the peg and pegs Kyle out. As that clearly, from that shot, is what he's going for. There's no other reason for him to put black to 4-back. So he's continuing with his break, and his intention is to go to the peg Kyle's blue ball out, leaving black on its own, and undoubtedly he will not peg his partner out, at least not intentionally. He will leave himself with 2 balls against 1, which we've seen many times already this week. And he will of course concede a contact by doing that, because he started this turn with both balls not having on 1 back, so he will need to be making a good contact leave after rover. So that will I think that's a reasonable choice because, as we said, he's only just got this break under control. So being able to do 3 or 4 hoops under control sort of sets him up quite well for the rest of the game. That's quite lucky. He wouldn't have intended to rush that into the jaws because it could have gone badly, but he's absolutely fine.
Strangely, me and Keith were chatting earlier that Trimmer has written basically a thesis on 3-ball endings. So he's obviously very happy with the 3-ball ending, with him being the 2-ball player.
Yes.
Even though he will be behind in hoop score.
Correct.
He has the power of 2 balls against Carl's single ball for 4-back.
Yeah.
So what constitutes a good contact leave with 3 balls on the lawn?
Well, it's very interesting. I was just about to ask you the same question, Gavin, because I very rarely do that myself. I quite often...
Well, I'm pleased I asked you.
I favour, when I'm pegging an opponent's ball out, I favour pegging my own ball out also. And clearly I wouldn't do that in this situation because I'm far too far behind.
So you'd go 1 and 1, 2 balls on the lawn?
Yeah, I would, and have done. It's not probably the best strategy against a top player.
Yeah.
I will admit that. Anyway, so I tend to employ it against people ranked significantly lower than me, and even then I don't always win.
Yeah.
But I have a fairly good record, partly because I feel I have more experience in that situation than they do, typically, of playing a 1-ball game. And for the same reason, I would have stopped at 4-back here and made an NSL, as I say, and just trusted on Carl missing what hopefully be his last shot. Whereas, so contact leave, though, I believe the standard contact leave against 4-back would be try and get the balls in corners 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, I presume the only other one would be corners 1 and 4.
Agreed, yeah. And the reason I suggested 1 and 2 as my first choice is because if you leave a ball in corner 4, I think the approach to 4-back from corner 4 is slightly easier than from corner 2.
Because it's just straight? Or?
Yeah, you're coming up the line a lot more, whereas from corner 2 you're coming across the line much harder, so you've got to be much more accurate with the speed, although it is closer, undoubtedly. So, but yeah, and corner 1, of course, is as far away as possible. What you need to be careful of course, is to make sure if you leave a ball in corner 1 that it's dead in the corner, because if you don't do that, your opponent could decide to take a lift instead of a contact, and they might be able to get a rush into the lawn.
So dead in the corner, you mean on the corner spot?
It has to be on the corner spot, or at least within an inch or 2, so you can't place a ball on the bolt line behind it.
Yeah.
So for that reason, you would normally do it such that your last shot is hitting your striker's ball into corner 1, because that's a much more accurate way than trying to rush a ball into a corner.
Yeah.
And that's more important than thinking about actually which is better. The ball in corner 2, it's a bit less important if it's dead in the corner, but as close to the corner as you can.
So Pete, because he's just run 4-back and in the same turn as 1-back, has now conceded contact, whether he gets to peg or not.
Exactly.
So if he breaks down, that will be game over, because there'll be 4 balls on the lawn with contact.
Yeah, it'll be an utter disaster, and most likely balls near to Blake Soup also. So he has got he's got the polarity correct in that he'll be making rover off black, and it doesn't matter where he leaves the black, because unless he were to leave it very close to 4-back, which he won't, doesn't matter where black is, because black is going to be lifted anyway.
So he's just concentrating on his red and yellow balls, putting them somewhere, ideally.
That's right.
Corners.
So I think what I'd be tempted to do here, given he'll be making penalt off the partner, I would be tempted here to send blue towards corner 2 in this shot now, getting a rush on red to penalt, and then I would aim after penalt to get a rush on red back to corner 2, and then from there blue is waiting for me to rush down to where black is. That's, I think, how I'd probably try and organise it.
To place the red accurately
I think,
into wherever it's going.
Because rushing to corner 2 from penalt is as short as you're going to be able to get. So he's obviously decided not to go with that line of play, which is fair enough. I'm not saying that I'm right.
Nothing's right or wrong in this game, is it?
That's right.
It's how you play it.
Yeah, and you've got to play to your own strengths. So he's putting blue out in a standard sort of pivot position. Well, in fact, he's putting it to the right of black deliberately, because black went a little bit too far to the west for his liking. So he's put blue on the same side, which is a sensible thing to do.
Just to make sure he's got control at rover with black.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. But it does leave you the problem then of how do you organise red. So I think what his plan is to, in a couple of shots' time, leave red quite near the peg.
Okay.
He'll then come to blue. He'll also leave blue near the peg.
To be pegged out.
Yep. He'll make rover off black, rush back to the other 2 balls at the peg.
And it doesn't matter where black goes, because he's going to lift that.
Yep, so black can stay by the peg at the end of the turn, that's not an issue. He will then, I think, peg out the blue and try and get a rush on red at that point, if you see what I mean.
To the desired position.
And I think it will be corner 2, but again, he could surprise me. He's already surprised me at least 2 or 3 times this turn, and Pete is a better tactician of the game than I am, that's for sure.
Well, you're talking a good game, Marcus. I tend to agree with most of what you're saying, actually.
I don't know if that's a good sign or not, Gavin, to be honest.
No, it's probably not, to be fair.
But I'm sure Keith will be back shortly to put us right. So,
well, it's not good the expert leaves and leaves us 2 duffers to it. But he's in good position, Pete. He's got all balls where he wants them.
And as I say, doing these sort of 3 extra hoops that he'll be doing compared with making a leave for 4 back just will help to build his confidence a bit.
Yeah.
He's swinging a bit more freely, and he's got the measure of the lawn a bit more. He's played a nice few hoops with everything under tight control. So
he'll think he's in control of the game now.
He will, and he is to a large extent. So we'll talk about what happens after the contact in a minute. He's doing what I said now.
So this shot is actually important because wherever he puts red will kind of dictate where it's going after rover.
Very much so.
So if he puts this north east of the peg, or anywhere sort of east of the peg, is probably going into corner 2.
Yeah, I think if he wants red in corner 2, the key thing to avoid is not to put red so that the peg is between red and corner 2, which it isn't. I think he'll be quite happy with that.
That is very close to the peg though. Would that cause him any hampered issues? He's looking up to corner 2.
It shouldn't do. He's now looking to peg out from where he was just standing in a minute, and then he'll do just a very gentle stop shot, and be very little that could go wrong. So he'll be very happy with that, I would suggest. So now, as I say, he'll brush blue south very slightly, put it to very close to the peg. So while he does that, it's worth just moving on. I think he just now was looking at rushing red into corner 2.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's assume he also goes for corner 1, as I suggested, with the yellow in due course. So what do you do then if you're facing that as Kyle? You're walking onto the lawn with just your black and you've got your contact.
You probably want to you can either choose to take contact off one ball, say the red that'll be in corner 2, and try and roll off 4 back straight away, or you could go to corner 1 with the yellow ball and bring that into play going to the red ball, which is a big shot. You can either then play yellow behind 4 back as your reception ball, go into the red in corner 2, or you can play it as more of a straighter shot, putting it out somewhere between, I don't know, penalt and 2, anywhere to get. You just need to get near the ball in corner 2, don't you, to hit?
Yeah.
And then roll it off, and then at least you've got a potential 3 balls there.
I think what's interesting with that is if you do go for that line of play, the ball in corner 2 will be the ball that Pete wants to play. It'll be his hoop 1 ball.
Yeah.
So that makes it, of course, more risky for Kyle. If he misses the ball in corner 2, especially if he does so having put yellow in the middle of the lawn, Pete might have an opportunity for a winning 3-ball break immediately, which is not what you want if you're Kyle.
So it's a big decision. because if you just, it's just a big decision, which is why this line of play is strong. But on the reverse side, a couple of good shots by Carl, and he could win that turn.
What do you think of the option of Kyle, instead of taking contacts, I'll backtrack a bit from that. So certainly an option is, as you said, to roll to 4 back from corner 2 using your contact. What do you think of the option of taking off from corner 2 to 4 back, and then if you don't get perfect position, you just take perfect position with your continuation shot and say, right, Pete, you're 34, 33 yards apart, and I'm in front of my hoop.
Yep. The only thing then is that the game will break down into a very tactical one, because you obviously can't finish that turn.
So what do you do if you're Pete and if you're facing that situation?
You'd join up with a rush somewhere, probably.
So from Pete's perspective, your balls are still in corners 1 and corner 2.
Yeah.
And Carl's in front of 4 back, let's say, and it's your turn.
Yeah, I think you'd go down and join partner, as long as you don't make a double for Carl. Carl will just run the hoop.
Yeah. Do you think you'd shoot at partner, or would you go away from partner to make sure you can't leave it?
I wouldn't shoot, because if you miss on the right into the corner, you're on contact, and it's not overly great for you. So Peter's got his dolly rush to 2, so he's played very well.
He has, yeah. And
since his kind of hard work around 1 back, he's actually nailed this break.
And what's been quite pleasing for me personally is that for the last few shots, he's actually done what I thought he would.
Yeah, and that's a great rush into the
Corner.
Yeah, fantastic. Those shots are sometimes harder than they look, I find.
Yeah, very much so.
You think, well, I've got an easy rush, but it's also very easy to take your eye off it slightly and end up a couple of yards from the corner.
Yeah.
It's disappointing, but he didn't fall into that trap.
No, because red had to get off the court, which it has. And the beauty of this now is you can take off close to probably corner 1, so that you're guaranteed of hitting corner 1.
Exactly, yeah, and there's very little risk of anything going wrong. So he's taking off, I think, from the boundary side of red, just to make sure he can't send it off the lawn, which would be disappointing.
Considering he went off in that corner earlier in the game.
You can almost see, I feel from where we're sitting, look, you can almost see it slopes away there.
Yeah.
There's a slight curvature to the boundary line. You can't really see it from the camera, so well, but you wouldn't want to be trying to take off behind the ball in that corner, would you?
No.
That's a very good takeoff. He's barely moved red, so red is virtually.
And he's come into lawn to give him a better angle, so he's literally shooting at the blue flag.
That's right, he's got nearly, instead of having a 1 yard target between the flag and the corner peg, he's now got a target that's nearly the square root of 2, I believe.
Well, you're the mathematician.
For those, well, in a very amateur way.
So a good turn by Trimmer, and now's the interest is hyped up a little bit more.
So by taking off to there, he's increased his chances of being in the corner by 40%.
Oh, God. Yeah, lovely turn.
Yeah, very good turn. Deserves some applause from the crowd. But the crowd is half asleep after lunch, so sadly he doesn't get any.
It's half 2. Yes.
So I see we've had a few comments coming in. Jim Nichols has asked how many pims I've had. Today, none. But I don't know if this was picked up on the commentary earlier. But when I was last on commentary on Sunday, I posed the question of how much is a pint of pims at Hurlingham? I don't know if we had any guesses. I might just leave that open for a few more minutes if anyone wants to put their guess in the chat. But yeah, none today. Just having a lunchtime pint of beer, as I'm not required to play today. So Nick Parrish has asked, I think we've probably answered this, but isn't NSL better than a diagonal spread because it offers polarity? Well, yeah, I suspect he asked that before we had a discussion about it. Sorry, I'm a bit behind on seeing the comments, so it's my fault. And Chris Patmore suggested that Pete could have put the yellow on his lead instead of in corner 1. He could have put it on the south boundary, directly south of hoop 4. Why might he have chosen to do that again?
Because then it's kind of unrushable up to 4 back.
Well, I think unrushable and uncroquetable as well, if he chose to take contact from it immediately.
So, yeah, so he couldn't go down from...
So if yellow had been directly south of hoop 4 on the south boundary...
You'd need a pass roll, wouldn't you?
Carl's playing this approach from corner 2. So you want to get as much pass on this as possible, which is not easy.
He's got very good length.
Yeah.
But is a long way from the hoop.
And actually red, I think, is very good. I think red has just stopped west of the hoop, so he will definitely be going for this hoop.
The problem is, as you mentioned before, it's off of Trimmer's hoop 1 ball.
Yes, but with yellow in the corner still, he won't be quite so worried about that, because Trimmer is unlikely to be so aggressive as to approach hoop 1 from the corner. So this is well worth going for, because if he makes this hoop, he could win immediately.
Oh, great hoop. That's superb. And he's
actually
got a dolly rush.
Almost got a perfect rush to pinhole. So
this is a great opportunity here. That was a very confident hoop.
yeah, he was a bit lucky to have run it with control to that, because obviously he wasn't intending that, but even if he'd run it to the boundary, he would have been able to rush the pinhole. So.
And he's hit a great rush, which will give him room to hit red up somewhere just short of the peg, so he can get a forward rush to rover.
Correct. Importantly, he's managed to rush it not directly on the centre line, which I always find myself doing on a two-ball break. I don't know about you.
He's literally perfect position.
Yeah. I'd have been playing that as a stop shot, I think.
Yeah, he got a little bit of hill there at the end with the black.
He did, yeah, that is a hill I recall. He may not, because he won't have played as many games on this lawn as we have. Good hoop, but he hasn't quite got control this time. So, but making two hoops off the contact, even if he doesn't make rover, which he's still probably better than 50% to do, even if he doesn't, he's massively improved his position.
One good shot basically from here, good roll.
Yeah.
Hack through, hit anything.
But even if he doesn't get it, again, he's one good shot away thereafter from winning. So he's played a very good turn so far. But let's not forget, as we said earlier, this is only to qualify for another game. This does not put him through or Pete out if he wins. If he wins, they will then play another game, and then that will be winner takes all.
So, no hesitation, dead straight hoop, same length as four-back.
He really made sure he had a hoop to shoot for with that approach, didn't he? He wasn't risking going too far and being impossible, but that's left it 3 yards away. Didn't even touch the sides.
And that is a bit unfortunate.
Yes.
Because now he's got 9-yarder back. Marcus, you're the mathematician.
Looks to me like red is on the line of hoops 1 and 4, so I would say that's a 7-yarder.
7-yarder.
A bit of angle.
So this for the game.
Yeah.
And his speed of play, he's been very quick this turn.
Strong odds on to get this.
Hits this, take off to the peg, win the game. And he snicked it. That's a great finish off contact. All the effort that Trimmer put into doing a really good contact turn.
It was, and I'm not criticising Pete's choice, but it's what I'm always afraid of in that situation, because giving contact obviously gives them an opportunity, which giving them a lift doesn't necessarily. Now, okay, yes, he's a good shot. He may well have hit the lift, and then. But the other thing is, even if he had not done such a good turn, trying to finish with a 3-ball break is always under pressure, I feel. And it takes a long time and a lot of concentration, whereas a triple is a more standard position.
That's a very confident finish, good game.
That was excellent, yeah. What a good game it was, and I wonder if we can get the time on screen of how long that took. It was close to 3 hours, I think, all told.
Very close.
Very entertaining.
I'm going to get a quick sandwich.
Good idea.
Whether they will stop for a quick break or go straight in, it's been certainly a long day for Carl.
If they haven't had lunch, I would imagine they will want to have something, because I think with the prospect of another long and hard-fought game ahead of them, even if it only takes an hour and a half, I think they will want some calories. So
they're stopping, and we will be back for the final game.
A couple of final questions have come through. Firstly, is that Pims and Lemonade? Yes, that's Pims and Lemonade on tap, pre-mixed, with a glass of fruit, which gets you a mint leaf, half a slice of cucumber, a small wedge of orange, small wedge of lemon, and a glacé cherry. Many of which, or all of which, you can then eat after your drink, so it counts as one of your 5 a day, which is excellent.
And Wixie Wix has just mentioned about taking off from red to rover.
Yeah, so I think he's meaning there when Kyle didn't get his rush from Penalt to rover, did he?
No.
He was
And had
about
to
2
roll
yards
down.
south, so he chose to roll down.
Yep.
Now, rolling down, as we saw, means if you make a rover, you're very likely to just win. There's an interesting option from Wixie to just take off and leave red near Penalt. And try and stop in front of rover. Now, if you get position, of course, you can run the hoop, and your problem is then you've got nothing to really roquet. You could have a speculative shot at yellow, because yellow's the peg ball in the corner. Yellow was in corner 1 at this point.
But then you'd be taking off from yellow back to rover, wouldn't you?
No, I mean after you run rover.
Oh, right, yes.
You've got no reception ball because you've left your reception ball behind. The interesting thing is, if you don't get position on that takeoff that you're happy with, you can just play into position on your final shot.
Yeah.
And Pete would then be faced with, well, do I shoot from red at this ball in front of rover? Because if I miss, it's a perfect reception ball for Kyle. So it'd be a real pressure shot to take on. So that is a very interesting option to mention, and thanks for bringing that up.
I presume one reason where you would roll was because it was dead straight, and it's a straight roll. If you had to rotate a few yards to the side, and didn't fancy a 45-degree roll, the takeoff is there, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I think conditions are so easy that taking your opportunity to just win there and then is certainly quite strong, and he definitely made it work for him.
That was a great finish, really good. So we'll catch you all soon.
We'll take a short break, I think, both of us. So there's nothing to watch, I believe, at the moment. So we'll pause transmission at this point, and we will attempt to come back for the final game in a few minutes' time.
Trying to find the expert.
Hello again, everybody. Just to say that we're going to leave this match that we're showing on Lawn 3, Bruno Hess against Alison Morn. We're going to end the stream now and return for the second match between Kyle Maloof and Pete Trimmer, which will ultimately decide which of those two players goes through to the finals. So please join us again shortly. There's a lunch break of some sort. We'll certainly be restoring the stream in a new session well in advance of the players returning. Thank you for now.